Okay, this is the On a Level Talk Show with Ankhobia. We've got a long show lined up for you. Today we're answering the question, the future of black people globally and where are we going? Really, it is a wake-up call to those in the conscious movement to kind of take a stock and check where we are and where we are going, and if we really need to change some of our ideologies. But when I originally did this topic, I wanted to look at whether or not Pan-Africanism was still relevant today. Let me just give those of you who don't know what Pan-Africanism is a definition. I'm not going to give you my definition. I'm going to take this definition from a book called Pan-Africanism for Beginners by Sid Lamelli. Now, he says that Pan-Africanism is a simple yet complex concept. Essentially, it is a set of ideas and ideologies containing social and cultural, political and economic, material and spiritual aspects. Pan means all, so Pan-Africanism includes all people of African ancestry living in continental Africa and also throughout the rest of the world. So that is a definition of what Pan-Africanism is, and I came into Pan-Africanism at the age of 17. I was looking for answers as to why the world was the way it was. I wanted to learn more about black history. At that time, hip-hop music was very big for those of us as young people growing up in the UK, and it challenged our perceptions of black accomplishment in the world up to that time, because we really didn't know much growing up in this country about black history. So it was really a search. But anyway, I came to Birmingham when I was 17, and that search began. And Pan-Africanism really was the vehicle that I used to find out more and more about who I was as a black woman, as an African woman. And it really did help me a lot in my life. However, as I've continued to learn and question things, then I've realized that there are a lot of things within my own thinking that have to go. And they have to change. You know, it's time for people, I think, to get more real about the reality that we're facing as black people. And I think we're too caught up in some of our ideologies. So today, yes, the future of black people globally, and where are we going in terms of us living here in Britain, in Africa, the Caribbean, the Americas. Where is it that we're going? Because I do think that there is a particular mindset we need to develop, a new attitude. So I really do think this discussion is really about this is really a wake-up call, and I think that sums up the discussion for today. It really is a wake-up call. A wake-up call for those of us who say we are black and conscious, to look at really where we are at. So I hope that kind of gives you an insight in terms of how I want to kind of frame the discussion. You know, this is just the start of a discussion. It's not the final say on this matter. It's just the beginning of a discussion. Things have to change, and I'm not saying that that change hasn't begun already. There aren't those who've come to the realizations that I've come to. No, I'm sure there are people who've come to it a long time, who are living it, who are doing their thing. I'm just saying that with some of the belief systems that we've developed, which we say will take our people out of the pressures and struggles they're facing, I think we need to challenge some of these ideologies that we've grown up in and see whether or not they are worth their juice. Now, this goes on until 1 o'clock this morning, but this first segment of the debate goes up until 11 o'clock, so we're not taking any public phone calls at this stage. At 11 o'clock now, when I come back with some music and to lighten up the mood and everything, then by all means call in. Yes, call in at that time. Listen to the debate, note your points down, and then call in and let us know what you think. Okay, so this is the On a Level Talk Show. So we are live in the studios today. And I do have some distinguished guests in the studio today. In fact, all of them have been on, all but one have been on to the On a Level talk show previously. We have Dave Williams.
Can I say greetings to all our listeners out there?
We also have Rema Quartey,
aka Techua. Okay, good evening everybody.
Okay, we also have Kwende.
Ukaidi.
Okay.
Greetings.
Greetings. Nice to have you back on the show as well.
Give thanks and praises, sis.
Okay.
And greetings to all the listeners out there. I hope this session will be a very fruitful one.
Okay, and last but not least, we have a newcomer. We have Imani here.
Mm-hmm. Greetings one and all. Yes, this is Imani. And I hope that, as Brother Kwende said, that the discussion will be very fruitful.
Okay, like I said, we're looking at the future of black people globally and where are we going. Can you give me a brief summary of the history of black people to date and where we are? Anybody? That's a general question.
Mm-hmm. Well, from my perspective, the history and where we are today, obviously there's different points in history where we could go back to say it was a starting point. But in general, obviously there's been many thousands of years where we have lived on this planet, and at a greater portion of that time we have had probably a prosperous, fruitful time. But for the last possibly 2,000 years, we have been on a decline. And at this present time now, I would say, with things that have gone on in the past, we are at our lowest point as a people, collectively, based upon how we are actually conducting ourselves in society.
And Kwende?
The history of black people or African people goes way, way back since time immemorial. We are the first people on the planet, the first people to walk, the first people to talk, the first people to know anything about civilization, culture, philosophy, science, art, architecture, and all the facets of what we see as a grandiose human existence. African people, black people, are the architects and progenitors of that. So we have the ability to develop and grow in a way that will leave others in awe and wonder as to the splendor of these people.
Okay, Rema.
We've got a history where we're coming from glory, but pretty relatively isolated glory, I would say, where we wasn't facing other nations, facing other races. So, I mean, Kwende will have more of the facts in terms of history, but I'd imagine that there was a time in that ancient Egyptian, ancient Nubian times where we were isolated. So we were inventors, we were explorers, we were developing, we was at the top of our personal game. Then we went through a point of struggle where other races, we come into contact with other races, other groups, even clashes within our own selves. So we went through a period of struggle. That struggle we know included slavery, it included colonialism, it included our fights amongst ourselves as countries. And that struggle, that battle is, in a warfield type battle, not in terms of emotional or spiritual struggle, although that might be relevant as well, but literally that physical bloodshed time. We went through a serious phase of that. And then we come down where we're starting to be watered down now, where the bloodshed is still going on, but I think it's blown up, should I say, as a much bigger thing than what it is. I think you have, especially when you come down to a community level, where you'll have the odd so-called bad man. He seems to be, there might be one or two of them in your community, but they seem to represent about 90% of that community. So for my summary of our history, we've moved from glory and invention and production and exploration to struggle, resistance, fighting at all levels. Then we came to a point where we'd probably say we're the Garvey days, where we're trying to come to terms with, okay, this is our position. How do we get back up on top? So we were looking at reformation, restoration, trying to reorganize ourselves again. Reformation, to reforming ourselves.
Yes.
I think people like Garvey recognized that as a race, we were splintered, we were disorganized, with the bottom of the pile, the rest of it. So you had leaders like him and others trying to give back that sense of who you are. You're a person, you've got a purpose, and so forth. And then we move on to a stage which I think we're still existing now, where it's a case of coming to personal terms with who we are. last era is where others were telling us pretty much this is who you are and this is what you need to do to get it together. Hence we had banners like unity, group this, what have you, yeah? But now I think everybody, the thing has got more and more splintered as we've gone along, and in that splintering I'm beginning to think that is each man is having to fight his own corner and find a lot of their own answers. So I would summarize this period as a time of being very splintered. Not necessarily a bad thing, but that's a reality as I see it.
So you're saying that's where we are right now.
I would have perceived it, and I don't know if that's answered 10 of your questions.
So you're saying that there isn't a common goal necessarily. It's everybody doing their own thing.
I think that is definitely the case. Everybody is out for themselves. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Yeah, I think when you look at our history as a whole, I mean, it's quite clear that we are the first on the planet, the first civilization. If you,
so you're saying essentially we were civilization builders.
Well, yeah, even well before Kemet.
Where do you see us now as you've gone through history? How would you summarize that? Going from civilization builders to.
Well, I think if you compare, and I often think in terms of where we are now to where we were then, if you look at the two periods, I mean, we have gone through a lot, things like slavery, oppression, and so on and so forth. And if you look at to where we were then and where we are now, I have to say that we have fallen a long, long way. And we have a lot of work to do in order to get back. I mean, certainly there are great achievers within the black community, within the black race. But when you look at to where we were back then, to where we are now, you know, we have a long way to go and a lot of work to do.
Okay, I'm glad you've touched on that point, but we will pick up that point a bit later on because one has to ask the question, do we need to go back there? Really, do we really need to try and get back there? But we will touch upon that a bit later on, but thank you.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
Okay, so what other lessons do you think now we have learned from the history period?
In terms of the historical legacy, black people, African people are very giving people, very warm and giving by nature because we come from a land that is plentiful and giving in its environment. We did not operate in isolation from anyone, but rather brought civilization to others. And there are certainly lessons that we can draw from that in terms of how we relate to others who then turn the tables. And certainly the period of time that we're in now, if we understand that we've come from a legacy of thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands of years of history, what you might consider our golden age, then if we know and understand that and can also know who and what we are, then we will see the present time as really a stop, look and listen sign for us to elevate ourselves out of the giveaway position into a position of strength, leadership and quality of life.
Can I just ask? Yeah, I didn't understand what the giveaway.
Okay, it was an analogy to say that we're, in terms of a time period and where we are now for the last few hundred years, we're at a stop, look and listen sign, a giveaway sign in terms of time, which just needs to become a hurdle that we overcome.
Anybody else like to answer that question?
For me, the lessons that I've learned from history, I can't speak globally for the rest of black people, African people. But the lessons that I've learned, I definitely support Kwende in that we're a giving and a loving people. And I think I take that to the level that what I see from our early days, when I spoke about the days of glory, was our pursuit to have a relationship with the Creator, to understand our presence on this planet, what it's for in relation to Him, and to put God at the center. And I'm not talking about religion now. I'm on about that personal relationship with knowing who God is, so that every move is governed by Him. That's the people that I see that we've started out to be. I think what I've seen with our history is that we've allowed the struggles and the challenges that has come from all different sources to water that down. So in terms of that, we do hold on to certain religious groups in terms of getting a concept of God, but that godly presence in our day-to-day life, for me, I think that's weakening. And I would, even in terms of learning from those who went before, I personally want to get back to that relationship of knowing what is God's plan for me within this dispensation and within this time, and how would, if I was an ancient Cometian, how would I be perceiving it? Would I be panicking? Would I be scared? Would I be jumping up and down and shouting and protesting? Or would I be using some higher order to be able to deal with the tribulations of life, which is a reality in any time you're living in? To me, it doesn't matter who's my aggressor. I just class it as an aggressor. Black, white, Indian or Chinese. If you're coming at me and you're a threat to me, I'm going to class you the same, and I'm going to call on the same God every time to give me the wisest way to be able to deal with you. And I just feel that we need to learn from the lessons of the spiritual people that were truly worse. We need to learn from that spiritual source that we had.
Okay, and you're saying that you feel that basically we have
let that go.
That we have let that go.
I think fear has overcome.
Well, as Kwende says it, we hold other people up as our deities. And I wonder if that's the same thing that you're saying, that because we've come out of relationship with the Creator, and we look to other people for the answers and the solutions, we're not in alignment with ourselves, so to speak.
We're not in pursuit of God. I think we're in pursuit of freedom. We've had it for years, haven't we? We're in pursuit of freedom, we're in pursuit of liberty, we're in pursuit of a lot of things. But God isn't a thing, he's more than a thing. And I think if we pursue God, it will cover all things. And like you said about looking at other deities, I can't bring God down to one man or one image or one source when I know that he's my absolute source. So to narrow God down, like some religions might do, to an individual, then I think that absolutely will take your distraction from knowing that true and essential God.
To follow on from what Rema here is saying, I would agree 100%, because I think what has actually happened in terms of having a relationship with the creative force, the creator or God, call it what you will, when you go back to ancient time, that was at the core, that was at the center of every person, the society, the essence of who we saw ourselves and who we were. You mentioned, spirituality. I think that is so important in this particular time. And what has actually happened in this period, this time here now, a lot of us are pursuing material items, which really there is nothing in them. So I think certainly we have lost that. And people talk about, religion and people going to church. I don't even think it's really the religious thing. It's the connection they feel, the relationship they feel with the Creator. So anyone who may go to a mosque or a church or what have you, I don't see it as the religious thing. It's the essence, that one connection they feel with the Creator. And you'll find with our people, when we practice so-called religion, we practice it to the core, and that is because I feel it is the connection we feel at one with the Creator. So I think in terms of where we are going, we've certainly lost that. And, there were certain things we would not do, whereas now we're doing every and anything. And I think when you've got a relationship with the Creator, you know what you should do and what you shouldn't do, and there's things you wouldn't do.
Okay, quick.
Can I just say, I'm not going to challenge, I'm not going to even cut you. I just want to support in that if the religious institutions did have a genuine relationship with God, then there wouldn't be still stealing and lying and backbiting and all that rubbish. And what we are seeking for is to get rid of those things. So if you come in with an agenda that you can't stop us from doing those basic human flaws,
yes,
then we need to
I just want to kind of clarify for
okay,
the listeners out there, because they may be hearing that what you're saying is, we've just lost this relationship with God, and these are the lessons we're taking from history. Just simply, we've lost this relationship with God. Is that,
for me, that's it?
I would agree 100%.
Okay, Kwende and Imani.
Yeah, well, I was going to follow on for what Rema was saying and Brother Dave. From my point of view, as I mentioned earlier on, in regards to a summary of Black history, it's a very diverse subject. And when we're talking about what lessons have we learned, that is according to what we have learned about our history. And there is a lot of lessons to be learned, obviously, but it depends on how fortunate an individual has been to discover certain aspects of their history and culture.
Good point.
In regards to spirituality, which is a key issue, I think, in our development and progress, maybe it could be said that in regards to spirituality, we haven't learned anything at all. Because if we look back on our history at all periods, regardless of what time we go to, regardless of where we go to, if we're following black history as such, because we can go to other continents other than Africa, where we find African people in other civilizations or in other nations who exemplify certain characteristics of humanity, such as piousness, honesty, trustworthiness. This is found in the annuals of people throughout the planet, and in all religious and spiritual writings and teachings, black people are found, and with a high characteristic value systems and moralities. Now, going back to the history that we have and has been left for us, and when we look at that history and we look at places like Kemet, Sudan, Ethiopia, Mali, Shanghai, Zimbabwe, there is a key element that holds that African community together, which is no doubt their relationship to their creator. Obviously, we now are suffering from a concept of a creator that has been given to us during this period of down pressure or whatever. And we're still trying to summarize our history with that concept of God, or with that concept of the creator. And the only way for me to really truly understand or learn something from our past is to understand how our own ancestors viewed their creator. It is there, the information is there. And the main thing, as Brother Kwende insinuated earlier on, is that we were a people who was very honest, we were very welcoming, and we were, hospitable and all these things. And sometimes we say that these things resulted in our downfall, and we take an attitude whereas we should be less these things. But by being less these things, we become less who we were. That's and right. Who we are. So what we need to learn is that what we were in the past, there is an expression that was used to describe people of our ancestry, and it was the blameless Ethiopians. That's who we are. We are blameless. Now, have we learned from that? Have we learned that we are a people, and what we are as a people is a blameless people, a pious people, honest, trustworthy, all these good qualities? We are these things. So when we are not doing these things, it shows clearly that we have learned nothing from our history, not about history, but our history particularly, because you cannot cite, and I will put this to anybody, you cannot cite a monarchy, an individual, whether he be a slave, whether he be a governor, a poet, in history of the world where black people are concerned, who that person is not remembered in history as a pious, honest, trustworthy person. So that is the history that has been left for us. So if we are to learn anything from that, it would be that we are a blameless people, and we would live accordingly. So we're not.
To actually follow on
love
from what Imani's actually saying, anyone who have looked at history and done any reading will have come across Chancellor Williams, who is now in the spiritual world, and have done an excellent, a monumental piece of work on the destruction of the black civilization. And Chancellor Williams has taken his research as far back as possible, back to Kemet, and looked at the points of our downfall. And, in the conclusion, he kind of summarized, have we learned anything? And the bottom line is we haven't, because the same mistakes that you'd have thought certain civilizations or people would have learned from what happened before their time, they haven't learned those lessons, and they've made the same mistakes.
This is what Imani was saying. You can only learn those lessons if you know the history in the first place. If you don't engage with the history, if you're not learning about the history, then you're not going to learn the lessons.
Absolutely. But you would have thought, with such proximity between the periods, people would have learned on the continent, and obviously they didn't learn those lessons. And what occurred in a particular period and time occurred in another period. And one could say, again, in this period, this time where we are, have we really learnt the lessons from the past? And I don't think we have, because, I mean, when man's walking around with his pants half down his legs, you know, you have to question, have we gone forward or have we gone backwards?
I think if he's righteous with his pants down his legs, I don't mind. You know, what I'm...
if he was righteous, he wouldn't have his pants down, trust me.
I don't know, because...
Kwende, you got a point to make, Kwende?
Kwende.
I'm recovering from the last statement. As I get up from the floor. John Mbiti says that African people are notoriously religious, notoriously so. You might say notoriously spiritual. Whatever be the case, it's a feature that is ingrained in our psyche from time immemorial. And you see the grand developments of ancient Egypt, Monomotapa in Zimbabwe, wherever it happens to be, we always have the spiritual at the core of everything that we do. Every single language across Africa, there's a word for the creator. Nkulunkulu, Olodumare, Amun-Ra, Obatala, Oshun, Ogun. There's all these names that are indigenous. Nobody taught African people about the creator. Nobody taught African people about God. This is something that Africans knew and were very, very well versed in since civilization began. Now, the important thing to note is that we haven't become unspiritual even in this time. And what we now find is a situation where we exercise spiritual expression in vehicles and avenues that are outside of ourselves. So we might find comfort or ascendancy in a tin can with 4 wheels and a steering wheel. We may see development and growth from owning very materialistic things that we feel are progress and not. So it's very important that we hold on to our essence and hold on to that history that Imani talked about in terms of knowing our heritage, history and culture, in order that we can operate in a mode that can best serve our interests and help us to get out of the very unfortunate set of circumstances we are in now. Unless we know who and what we are, then we become objects for other people to use and abuse.
I just want to pick up on what you says about that. You know, there's been a lot of emphasis about knowing our history. I think as a people, we're not interested to learn our history because it's politicized, economized, socialized. It's done all kind of things.
There's a lot of anger and bitterness.
There's just, it's not, you know, if somebody says the word history to me, I'm already ready to shut down and stop listening, because it's like, I feel like it's going to be rhetoric. What I believe is that the spirituality, the relationship with the creator is a governor, isn't it? And then things like politics are the details. But because the history is not presented in a way that is interesting, exciting, or vibrant, you know, it's just like, well, we did this, we did that, we fought there, we had this belonged to us. You know, that umbrella-ness. I think what I'm trying to say is that, for me, if we focus on everything that we approach as the creator and the knowledge of the creator as a governor, and then the other things like history, like politics, like, you understand, it spins off from that.
Can you give us an example?
I could think what I'm trying to say, Ankhobia, is that we're always concerned with young people, aren't we? Because we know that they're what's coming up next. Yeah. So, and if you speak to most young people, we know from school our attitude towards history.
Yes.
And then when you go into the black arena, it's essential. But if you're, to me, an historian, then you find ways to deliver that knowledge of history to your people that's relevant for today. Don't just sit down there and say, oh, they're not reading the books. We've got all these pile of books here. The libraries are full up and you're not reading it. Well, they're not reading it because it's obviously not interesting or appealing or vibrant. And at the end of the day, a person goes to what they need or what they desire. So you can't sit down and say, well, you need this book, because if they need it, they'd find it. they would find that book. If you have a toothache, you'll find a dentist, or you'll find a hammer and chisel, you'll get rid of that toothache. So if you have a need for history, people don't have a need for anything. They have a need for what they look for. They will search for the things that they need. So basically, I just think that history, the word is in itself, especially in the context of African people, has lost any sense of glamour or potency.
And let me just come in on that, and I do actually agree with the point. I've been learning about Black history, African history for so many years now. I've gone to meeting after meeting after meeting, and even I get tired sometimes in the presentation. I myself have become kind of just a bit, gosh, this is just too much to take in, and because generally in the manner in which it's presented, and also because often it is done detached from our current reality and present situation. So I can understand why people sometimes don't want to learn about the history.
Ankhobia, I agree totally that is the case in regards to history. So maybe we should not use the terminology history and more focus upon heritage, because heritage is different from history in the sense that everybody has an heritage, and their heritage, obviously, they accept that their heritage will have an effect on what they are today, whereas they may see history as being general and generalized and not really having a direct effect upon themselves, because obviously when people are talking about history, they're talking about slavery, for instance, and slavery happened how many 100 years ago, possibly a person doesn't know, and they think that, well, slavery happened to millions of people over there. Whereas if you dealt with heritage, you will find that an individual, if he understood his heritage, would understand that within his personal ancestry and heritage, he descends from people who were slaves at that time, which is not very long ago, and obviously that then gives them a relation to the history. So from an heritage point of view, I think it would be more appealing to people to be more interested in their heritage. The reason why I use the word heritage and the importance of heritage, because when I look back on history personally, I've had a very, very fortunate opportunity to discover my history from a particular point of view. I began my journey as a Garveyite, and it was through Garvey's advice that I approached history or heritage, and that was to look at it from a Ethiopian point of view, African point of view. So because of that, then I studied all strands of history through that spectacle. And the one issue or the one particular point or topic that I think is of most importance that very few people look at with their Ethiopian or African spectacles is that of spirituality and religion. In Africa, I think it's because we have been indoctrinated with a belief that everything in Africa is pagan, demonic, Satan, anti-God.
But even Africans themselves will tell you that. It's not even just outsiders who told us that. Africans themselves.
100%, because a lot of them have converted to new religions and so forth. But I'm saying...
But there are some practices, we have to be honest, within our own traditions that are just not...
100%, but I'm not talking about actually the religion itself. I'm talking about the consciousness, the actual idea, the heritage, because practice changes from clan to clan, from tribe to tribe, from country to country. The practice is not the fundamental aspect of African culture. The practices are different all over the continent, and they've been changing throughout the millennia. What is important is the heritage of the consciousness, and the heritage of the consciousness is that, first and foremost, within an African consciousness of God, the Creator is incomprehensible. So therefore, this person who has an idea of the Creator who is next to me, who is different from me, we have no conflict. That is how you express your awareness of the Creator. This is how I express my awareness of the Creator. And that was the fundamental principle of African spirituality. This is why we don't find no wars in Africa based upon religion or spirituality other than religions that have been brought in from outside.
But you do find wars based upon people wanting to expand their empires, their groups.
But it's not based upon. It would be illogical in an African consciousness to fight over religion. It would be illogical. And this is what I'm saying, that when you study and when you look into black history or into black heritage, you will find that these are fundamental principles. And bringing it into a current, a modern methodology, I have to cite His Imperial Majesty, who was the emperor of a African country who had a rich heritage of monarchy over 6,000 years evidenced in history. And he makes two very important statements, I think, about the condition of black people on the continent and outside. He says that one of the problems with African people is that they approach spirituality through religion brought in by outsiders, when everything that Africa needs is within Africa. You understand? And he is a
How does that relate for us who live here in the West, who are never going back to Africa, who don't care about Africa, who are divorced from Africa? How does that help us right now?
I'll give you another example coming from His Majesty in this perspective, in the fact that he was a devout Christian according to the faith that he followed and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in Ethiopia.
Yes.
He makes a statement and says this: he does not count his religion alone valid. Therefore, it is the people of Ethiopia, whatever religion they choose to follow, they will get no hindrance and they will get no kind of like discrimination for their religious belief, because he understands that a person's religion is personal. Okay. This is African culture. So this is what I'm saying.
But you're talking in a very, again, you're saying that's African culture, but we're not living here today as black people in the diaspora from an African-centered perspective. We're not living from inside of an African culture.
But this is what I'm saying. This is what we've lost. We've lost that concept. When it comes to religion, a person's religion should not interfere with his relationship with other human beings.
Okay,
and this
so you're saying that these are one of the lessons that
these are fundamental issues that we have not learned from history. And I'm saying that a person like His Imperial Majesty, who was one of the last kings who we saw to actually rise within the African consciousness and in an African context, brought forward ideas of religion and spirituality that I think are in line with this heritage of black history and this heritage of black culture and black spirituality throughout the ages, is that there is total tolerance in belief and in, religious practices.
Okay, so generally it seems that you're always saying that the principal lessons that we have learned from history is about it's about the need to have a relationship with the Creator. However we choose to define that relationship, and to allow everything we do to center from that one relationship. Yes.
You're tuned to On a Level with Ankhobia. This is Muta Baruka Ire.
Na 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 na. Yo, never lost my way, never turned full when I reach at the crossroad. Never lost my way, never see the hype and get confused. Never lost my way, never turned full when I reach.
I think it's quite clear that we all agree that there's a central point in terms of having a relationship, connection with the higher source, the Creator. Since the beginning of time, Africans all saw that the Creator was literally in every and anything, hence the reason why they got the idea of animism. Everything vibrates, everything is God, everything is energy. And what's been interesting, I think, some of the things I've been looking at, is that Europeans now are coming with all these different ideas, these concepts in terms of quantum physics, quantum mechanics, metaphysics, and all these different sort of concepts. And they're coming with this idea in terms of we're all connected, which is nothing new, because the Africans were saying that back in the day and still saying that. And it goes back to the idea of, when a brother sees another brother, and he'll hear him, shake his head, or even call his sister, not his related sister, or his related brother and sister. And that goes back. Often some of us think it's just something that's just recent, but that's going back to that spiritual connection, because we see ourselves as one, connected to each other. So some of us just see it as a surface thing, but it goes real deep to the core of who we are.
So where are we now? Where do you think we are now, and have we taken on those lessons from history?
Ankhobia, I think that the religious and the religion thing is a very, very important issue to be answered here, because I think that is possibly our greatest stumbling block as a people, black people collectively. And it's not because of our own consciousness of religion, but the religions that we are practicing according to how we receive these religions and how we've been indoctrinated into these religions. Now, the point that I cited about His Imperial Majesty was the fact that he's a Christian, you understand? But he's coming from a form of Christianity that is different and has a different perception and conception of the Creator than the Western world.
And is rooted firmly within African culture.
And rooted within African culture. This is why he can make that kind of statement that possibly the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury could not make. You understand? And this is why we are stuck in traditions that do actually breed conflict, religious and spiritual wise, in the sense that, for instance, for a Christian to say that his religion alone is not valid, it's unheard of in the Christian world. In the Christian, so-called Christian world,
Sorry, that's his religion?
that his religion alone is not valid. So what he's actually saying is that other religions can be valid as well. This is what His Majesty is saying. Now, I'm saying as a Christian fundamental belief is that their religion alone is valid and nobody else's religion is valid.
Well, there's not nobody else, is there, for Christians?
Well,
there's
this
only
is
heathens
but
and
we
pagans.
but this is what I'm saying. But I'm saying that
Christians and heathens.
But this is what I'm saying. But we would see that as a fundamental Christian belief and concept because of the environment that we live in.
I'm not challenging you. I'm
You understand?
what you're
But
saying.
what I'm saying is that from our heritage, a Christian emperor who was a Christian king, defender of the faith, makes a statement that shows us directly that his interpretation, his consciousness and his relationship with God and his people is different and has been practiced differently from the Western world and from other people who perceive the same Christian idea and doctrine. You understand? So what I'm saying is that there is examples in Islam. You can go into Islam and look at Africans who have been involved in that tradition who also have perceived and practiced the Islamic faith different from people who are Arabs and so forth.
Yes, but then they look at anybody else who doesn't practice that religion
as infidels.
Infidels and
again,
kafir.
No, again, this is what I'm saying. But within the history of African people, for instance, in Islamic history, there is the story of the Negus in Ethiopia, who is a Christian. You understand? He's not an infidel, he's a Christian. And there is dialogue with the Ethiopian and the Islamic people. And the Muslims say that this Ethiopian king had a country that was ruled by justice. You understand? So even though today there is a conflict between Christians and Muslims, we see that in history there are points of reference where we can see that the religion was not a barrier for African people.
Okay, so you're saying that in terms of where we are now,
it's a barrier.
Okay, religion is a barrier. Anybody else?
I think where we are today is that if I look at somebody like Rasta as a religion, Rasta has come the closest in terms of what I would classify as the direction that people, not just black people, this whole planet has to go into. Because the reality of it is that once you've got one chig in the wheel that's faulty, the whole wheel isn't going to run right. So we can't just focus on our race, whether we like it or not, although our race, of course, you're always concerned with your own first. But Rasta, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you will anyway, Ankhobia. But Rastas, they don't classify other people as heathens.
They do.
Do the what do they classify?
Yeah, of course.
Pagans.
Do the Rastas do that?
Pagans.
Oh well, that's a
Babylonians.
shame.
Babylonians, pagans.
Okay.
Yeah, pagans.
Okay.
Gosh,
Well, I think
especially the more orthodox Rastafarians.
I think for me, is that it's not so much like you don't go to this religion or that religion. It's up to you wherever you want to go, wherever you find truth and wherever you a sense of truth and a sense of peace. People need to have that personal relationship with God, to engage a teaching that says that who do you identify God with? Do you identify God as unity? Yes. So any teaching that tells you that this one is that and that one is that, then you're going to get classified as ungodly. You've got to have an intelligence before you go into any arena, whether it be here or in Africa or in ancient Africa, because if there's an ancient African script that I don't agree with and that doesn't fit with my concept of God, I'm not going to follow it. Now, the problem is the religion is set up by people, and people authority and my consciousness is enough for me to identify what is good and what is bad. So if somebody's going to say to me, because I'm a Christian, I can tell you this. No, you understand? You're not going to stand up on a platform and be able to feed what is it that God says because God has told you and ignored me in the process. Why would he do that? So what I'm trying to say is that as a people now, people throughout the planet, but talking to our own people, need to start to identify their own intellectual consciousness, their own instincts to say, does this make sense? When you pick up a Bible, the book is written by human hands. Wherever you want to perceive it's coming from. So I'm not saying you shouldn't read that thing, but use your own intelligence. If somebody's saying this man went into nations and nations and was killing at random, then does that sound godly? And if somebody's coming from an African perspective and telling you nonsense, you know, you've got to use it. Like we say, we're moving into a global world now. So and like I said earlier, things are becoming splintered. It's each man. Garvey said it's not until your back is up against a wall that you're going to know the reality of the situation. Now, what is happening is that all of us are finding ourselves back against the wall. Religious groups, political groups, economical groups, social groups, trust me, none of them don't know what them are doing. They don't know what they're doing any more than you and I. The youths are coming up. I don't know if I'm covering too many of your points here.
That's fine, just yeah.
But the youths are coming up, and the reason of their frustration is because they think adults should know what they're doing. Adults are pretending that they know what they're doing. And then the frustration of the youth, the minute they see appear contradiction and confusion, then this is where the madness is. And then the adults will say, we can't understand why the youths are behaving like that. That would be a Christian man who is got some hypocritical behavior. Also, and we don't want to pick on Christians.
Yes.
But any person who puts themselves up there as the example of a community, yet they've got so much hypocrisy surrounding them. And then they're confused when a youth goes out and shoots another youth because they're just frustrated. They're just mad. You understand? This society is mad, and I think it needs to own up to its madness. I think the people who are leaderships need to admit we don't know what the hell we're doing. We're just trying a thing. You understand? So I just think little truths and reality needs to come out of this thing. And the blame game, the game that differentiates people, the game that sets people disunity and opposition needs to start breaking down, because the answers in our relationship with God is that if it is one God, if it is one creation, then every step that we should be making towards him should be one that represents unity, respect and honor to all things and all people on the planet.
And is that why the Rasta philosophy particularly excites you, because it tries to do that?
Because you've corrected me, and the brother Imani has also corrected me on how Rastas perceive people who are non-Rastas. Although I've moved with Rastas for years and I've never really picked that up. But I think with Rasta, that general, let's just live. You get me? Let's just live and get on with our life and try to promote righteousness without standing up on that kind of platform, creating a book, creating a model. They've created an image in terms of Selassie, that they've created a godlike image, which I think these things are an insult to my perception of what the creator of the stars, the moon, the earth, the oceans, the seas, the depths of the seas, all of this creation. I'm not going to put it down to one man who will go dead with a bullet just like me. No, I'm not impressed with that.
Every religion oppresses women, and every political ideology oppresses women, because every religion was created by men. Because most religions don't include women in the power structure of the religion. Every woman is oppressed because we're living in a man's world. Men don't understand what is taking place unless they go inside of the womb of the woman. You have to start to look in the womb of the woman. If you look at the first 3 chapters, 3 verses of the Bible, it is talking about the womb of the woman. But you see, men don't understand it because they are busy creating ideologies and philosophies to develop a power system, a power structure. I said the means don't have to justify the ends. Any means that is necessary to bring freedom, you use that means. We are not, violent, or, we're not preaching a one way to freedom. There's no specific way to freedom. We have to do it as it comes.
The On a Level talk show. It's real.
This is the On a Level talk show with Ankhobia. Today we're answering the question, the future of black people globally and where are we going? Really, it is a wake-up call to those in the conscious, so-called conscious movement to kind of take a stock and check where we are and where we are going, and if we really need to change some of our ideologies. It may not be a discussion for the everyday or average black person out there, but that doesn't stop you from being able to listen and participate in the program. You may find something in it actually beneficial for you. You may not, and by all means, if you don't, then call in at 11 o'clock and say so, and you have your take on the ideologies of Rastafarianism, Pan-Africanism, Christianity, black nationalism, the black Muslims. Call in and tell us whether you think these ideologies are of any use to you today, as an ordinary Joe Bloggs out there on the road.
Okay, can I just come in there, because this is exactly what I'm talking about heritage. Now, even most Rastas themselves, I mean, don't forget the quote that I made was from His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty who said that about religions and its destructiveness in African society, and how we must not, count our religion alone valid and allow other people to practice their religion as they see fit, as long as they don't break the law and they don't encroach upon our own freedom.
Which they have done.
Which they have done. But I'm just saying that we have to offer that, obviously, beforehand, and then when they encroach upon us, then we need to be forthright and defend our things. But in regards to heritage, this is exactly what I'm saying about, because I don't think that we have taken, or we even understand fully, our heritage in regards to spirituality, and in regards to how we must express ourselves and live ourselves as African people in the 21st century. Now, if we go back to the origin of what we want to talk about, civilization, we will find that civilization as we know it, going back to Egypt and beyond, to Sudan, Ethiopia, whatever you want to call it, Nubia, whatever you want to call it, you will find that alongside civilization is monarchy. Monarchy is one of the things that held civilization together. The people rallied behind their monarchs. Now, you will also find that in our consciousness of monarchy, our monarchy represents the creator. That has been the case. And that's because there's a thing within our culture or within our heritage that keeps us living a certain way, principles. Like, different religions have their different concept. We have the principle of Mayat, you understand? Where we have things or laws that we think that we should follow in order to keep a certain order within this domain. So, and this is ancient. You can read in any Egyptian book. You can go into even the Western conception of Egypt, any book on Egypt, and talk about Egyptian history and so forth.
Where are we now?
This is what I'm getting to. I'm getting to that very point, that it is conceived and it is readily agreed that every single pharaoh in Egypt was conceived of by the Egyptians as God. You understand?
If you look at most of our leaders, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, even Farrakhan, Garvey, they all come from that spiritual. So we haven't stopped that.
But I'm just saying. What I'm saying is today, for instance, what I'm giving is the example that in order for our leaders to be perceived as God, it ties in with the concept of Mayat, Amun-Ra, and its representative on the earth. Mayat, which is the king has to uphold in earth. And while we make the king God, this is fundamental to Egyptian civilization. Now, I'm saying that the Rastafarians them today uphold a certain concept that their king is God. They may be interpreting.
But in ancient Egypt, they didn't worship. They didn't
because
pray to the king.
Hold on. Because this is what I'm saying. That is because the Rastafarians then conceive this ideology through a Western concept, through a Western religion. You understand? Spirituality, the spirit in them is what makes them conceive the king as him, which is in line with African spirituality at its most fundamental point. But I'm saying that because the vehicle in which they have to conceive it with is Western Christianity, this is what brings the conflict, and we separate it from our African culture, but it is also part of the African culture. Now, even the Rastas themselves may not conceive, because I hear Rasta born in Pharaoh. How much time I hear Rasta born in Pharaoh? And Pharaoh is exactly the same concept as what he's holding with his imperial majesty. So I'm just saying that it's fundamental concept, and it's just through we use the wrong vehicles in order to realize the full potential of these ideologies. Christianity is the same, Islam's the same, all the religions are the same. Through an African concept, through African spirituality, we could get the most out of these religions for ourselves as a collective.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
The On the Level talk show.
Rastafari say, this is earth, this is earth, this is earth. Live the earth, live the earth, live the earth. Respect life, respect life, respect life. In all its forms, It's not about religion, it's about respecting life, in all its forms. One life, many manifestations of that life. When you arm I, you arm yourself. When you arm the tree, you arm yourself. When you arm the goat and the chicken, you arm yourself. Because it's all a manifestation of one life.
The On the Level talk show.
Kwende, okay. I know there's a lot of things that you can see your mind's like, Yes.
Where are we now?
Yes, that's the question. Where are we now? And have we taken on those lessons of the past?
Certainly we have been brought to a stage in our sojourn that is undesirable. We're at a deficit right now. And we live on the plantation. We live that contradiction in every facet of our lives. We have to speak a language that has been imposed on us, so we don't even know our own tongues anymore, and that translates into every single area of our lives. The lessons that we have presented to us in terms of our heritage or history are governed by somebody else. The children that we bear and bring into the world are looked after by somebody else, in somebody else's classroom, in somebody else's state.
Is that a problem if we live in other people's countries? Is that really a problem? Isn't it natural our children are going to go to schools where other cultures are going to be there?
Yeah, it's certainly a problem when you look at the results of that schooling and how our children suffer in those institutions. We can see that clearly from the general stats that are produced in this country. But when you look at the legacy of how we arrived here in the first place, and that we are still in a position where we are subject to the rules, regulations, and oppression of others, then we need to rethink possibly how we address that reality. We find contradiction in religion. Most of these religions we're talking about have been imposed on us for the purposes of control. And religion, oftentimes we don't even understand what that means in the first place. What is a religion? And therefore, what is it that we're involved in? Questions that we need to ask. Questions that we need to ask about how do we communicate our journey to our children? Do we understand our own heritage and history and culture in a way that we can pass that on? If we don't know it as adults, what hope do we have of passing anything on of substance to
Kwende,
our children?
Would you classify yourself as a Pan-Africanist?
I classify myself as an African.
Okay, would you fall within the framework of a Pan-African belief system?
Okay, well, to answer that, I would say this.
Yes.
What is meant by the word Pan-Africanist is a question, and many people have different answers to that very question. My understanding is that Pan-African means Pan is all, and African we know. So all African. If we're talking about a history, heritage, and culture that belongs to us as a people, and looking at the world through those eyes, then yes.
The reason I asked you that question, because we often point out the contradictions that exist within the present day religions we find ourselves in. But some would say that there are also as big as contradictions within the ideologies, whether it's Pan-Africanism, Garveyism, Rastafarianism as an ideology, that there are also contradictions within those as well. So maybe it's everything that just needs to be questioned. Because I don't want listeners to think that, you know, they're religious. Because we have a massive Christian populace within our community. So we have to be careful that people don't think that they're being attacked. Because they will turn off. If we're talking about unity and not dealing with separation, then they can be attacked. And this is one of the things you find if you go to a Pan-African meeting sometimes. They will attack they'll talk about unity at the forefront. And they will attack everybody that doesn't fall under that framework. So the Christians get it, bam. The Muslims get it, bam. The Rastafarians get it, bam. They attack everybody.
People who perm their hair, bam. Wear lipstick,
everybody
bam.
Gets
Skirt too short, bam.
And you think, well, imagine you say you're at the forefront of bringing forward an African consciousness, an African heritage, and here you are dividing the whole community, dividing it. So surely when we're criticizing Christianity, we must criticize,
point the finger back.
Yeah.
My criticism is not based on ideology. My criticism is based on the reality of our experience. Okay. Now, if we're gonna say that we're in our essence and we are an African people, then we have to look at the examples of how that has been undermined, how that identity is challenged. Because identity is very, very important in this.
Yes.
Yeah. Who we are. If you know who you are, then you're able to question things with a rooted analysis.
So you would say, I am an African.
I am an African. And it's certainly not about geographical location. Yeah.
So you're talking about a consciousness.
A consciousness.
Okay.
We're not talking about where people are located. We're not even talking about within which religion they happen to be located.
You're talking
either.
about a particular consciousness.
A level of consciousness people have about who and what they are.
So does that mean other races could fall in there then? If it's simply consciousness, does that mean that other races could fall into that group?
No, because they're not African.
I think we need a classification of what we're saying African is.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to.
Okay, well, the African then...
It's not universal, certainly not on the continent.
No, it's not, but that's what I've come to know in terms of an identity. In the same way we say black, which describes what we look like, but doesn't actually say who we are.
So what does African mean to you?
So African then is that connection with our motherland, the land from which we come. There's a whole history, heritage and culture that permeates from that source that we have a connection with.
Okay, so you're saying that definition enables us to understand who we are.
Who we are.
But how does that describe our consciousness?
It translates into consciousness through our heritage. If we understand who we are in terms of our origin, then it means that we understand our journey in this world, how it took place, how it's been transformed, how it relates to us today. Yeah. So once you know who you are, you know your journey in this world, you have a level of consciousness about who and what you are. Your consciousness is elevated to the state of being African.
Can I just say, when it comes down to the crux of it, as human beings, we are just all one consciousness. It's irrespective of journey, geographical location, or wherever we've come from. I think in terms of my understanding of history and where our ancestors and what they were doing, it wasn't so much that they were taking civilizations to people. As Dr. John Henry Clarke says, nobody ever took civilization to anybody. It was ideas that traveled, and they were bringing forth certain knowledge systems, and that was based upon a consciousness and understanding of their place within the universe.
Yeah, we could play on words as well, because do we know what civilization means? And John Henry Clarke also says it's the art of being civil. Yeah. Now, the values that make us have the art of being civil are the very values that bring civilization. And so in bringing civilization, you bring values. In this time and space, we're arguing about whether we see ourselves as African or not. We argue about whether it's valuable to see ourselves as African or not. And yet, one of the biggest vehicles that we see emerge in this time, right now, is the vehicle that brings a set of African values across the entire world by way of the celebration we know as Kwanzaa. Okay? Rooted in that, 7 principles that come from African tradition, yeah, international in its scope, and people identify themselves with that as being African, and it's growing. At last year's count, we're talking about 40 million people worldwide celebrating an African-centered cultural outpouring and celebration that is now being able to transmit to children and develop growth and learning in a way that we can really live an African life in this time and space.
Okay. Can I just say, Ankhobia,
Yes.
that because you're discussing about the definition of what is African and what isn't. Sorry, what is African and what isn't. So it kind of brings me back to the point of where we've got to get to a higher order of identity, isn't it? Because the African identity can be challenged at different level by different people. What we know is that on this planet, other races who identify themselves within their group identifies as African. So for me, I will teach my child it's not important for him to know that he's an African. It's important for him to know that other perceives him as African. In the same way that it's not important for me to know that I'm a woman, because I still have to have dignity. I still have to have good behavior, the same behavior as a man. You understand? But because other people perceive me as a woman, and I have to understand what their concept of womanhood is, so that I decide how much of that I want to go with it or not. So I think the only identity that really exists on this planet is that we are all human beings. I know it sounds a bit wishy-washy, but we're all God's children, and we all have to work according to his principles. Then anything else that falls under that, it's not an essential identity. It's an identity that people use to place things here, to claim economic rights, to do all type of things, but it's not essential. What you've had is that you've had an African experience of black people, which means Europeans came from, as I know it, and Kwende, correct me, I'm sure, they come from a source initially, which was a hostile environment. It was cold, it was aggressive. They had to use their basic skills to be able to survive. We came from a much more warmer climate and a much more friendly climate, hence that developed us as a people. But essentially, if you're looking over on all of it, of course, people who are coming from a colder climate are going to develop a certain type of nature. So it's important for you to know people who are coming from certain climates are here in the development of themselves as a person. And you who have not had to face that challenge but come into a new challenge now are here at the development. But it doesn't matter because you're in front of me or I'm in front of you that I'm any different from you. Essentially, we're all the same. And I do think for Pan-Africans, they've got to get back to not just being protectionists and defending. You understand? Defending the corner. Because essentially where we come from, it's like, you know, if you have your 2 children in your room and if you've got one child who's being bullied and being attacked by such and such outside, you don't say to that child, oh, you know, you got to go out there, you got to kick ass because you're better than them and da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, you talk to that child and say, listen, some people have bad behavior and I said them still, but at the end of the day, you are not any better than them and you're not going to get on a higher horse than them. You just don't emulate that behavior. You try and defend yourself as much as possible from that behavior and walk away from it as much as possible. So the same thing I tell my child is what I tell my race.
Okay, let's bring Kwende in. He's itching.
Okay. This notion of being all human, I think, is very dangerous position for us to be in this time and space. I think it's dangerous anyway, but particularly in this time and space. Amos Wilson says that unless we know ourselves, not only are we a puzzle to ourselves, but everyone else is a puzzle to us as well. When we live the wrong identity, we are subject to the abuse of others. When we identify with abstractions, I'm not black, I'm not African, I'm human, that is sterile, abstract identity. And it leads to a position that we become very weak in because everybody else will have a plan for those who they can treat as objects without identity. That is why it was necessary. And for those of you who've seen Roots, yeah, although it's a drama, yeah, there are real elements of that where they pulled Kunta Kinte up on the rope and whipped him to the point where he had to take on this label of Toby and relinquish his African identity through his name, yeah, because it was necessary to make him an object that can be used and abused. We cannot throw away our identity in this time or any other time.
Dave, you've been quiet for a while.
I hear the argument of both Kwende and Rema here, and I think they are both valid arguments insofar as the identity you mentioned earlier about the old Pan-African movement, and the whole idea of it was to reclaim our past and to glorify our people and to prevent and rebuff any oppression from, you know, our oppressors. So I think in terms of identity, because, you know, again, you mentioned Pan-Africanism, you know, some argue, is there a need for it? Does racism still exist? Yes, of course it does. So if it still exists, there is a need for us to remember who we are, to reclaim that past in order to go forward. For people who don't have no understanding, no history of themselves, you know, they're totally lost, in my opinion, because you can only know where you're going by understanding where you came from. If you don't know where you're coming from, how can you know where you're going? However, what I would say also to what Rema is saying, which I think is quite important, is the idea that it talks about in the scriptures that ye are gods. Ye are gods, and the temple resides in us. Now, we have to question, what is our purpose here? What is the reason for me being here? And our reason is for experiencing certain things whilst we're here. And for me personally, I see myself more of a spiritual being who is having certain experiences in this time, this place, right here, right now. And I think sometimes we get bogged down with certain things that prevents us from really achieving and doing certain things. Because I'm black, I can only do this, or I can only do that. Because I'm black, people label me as this or that. No, we're spiritual beings. We can do and experience and whatever we want to do. And someone wrote, argue for your limitations and you get to keep them.
That's right.
And that, I think, is what's preventing us from going forward. However, what I would say is, right, the essence of us, we've talked about this spirituality and religion, that is at the center, at the core of who we are. If we go back to Kemet, there's the idea that Kemet fell because of our grandiosement or that connection with the creator. And
let's say it's the corruption of the priesthood as well.
Well, there's that as well. But there's the idea that Kemet fell because of our connection with the creator and saw everyone as one. When they used to capture the Europeans, the Hittites and all these other people, they used to, you know, try and inbred in them this idea of Amun-Ra and the creator and get them to practice, you know, the very religion. Hence the reason why today at the end of our prayers we say Amen, because they used to batter in the European brains the idea of Amen, Amen, Amen-Ra. So I see it as a kind of dilemma that we're in, that on the one hand we're so tied in with this religion and spirituality, but on the other, it's like, you know, we've been battered on the other side, where that is really causing us.
It's distorting us.
It's sounding like there's a spiritual identity versus a political identity.
And culture. Can I just say that, though, to answer to Kwende
they're both important.
Bad behavior is bad behavior. If an African behave badly towards me, it doesn't hurt me or feel any better than if another race is offensive to me. So this is why, in that sense, what I'm saying is that you identify your race just as how you would your child. Now, the African race for the last 400, 500, some would say 2,000 years has been bullied. But that does not make him any better or any worse than anybody else on this planet. Everybody has to has to come to the understanding that they are all creatures of God and have to behave righteously, black, white, Indian or Chinese. Now, the process of you wanting to wear African clothes, speak an African language, there is nothing wrong with that. But neither should be something wrong if an African child says, I want to learn Chinese, because you're cornering him and saying, no, your identity, your identity, your identity. The point is behavior. The world has to recognize good behavior and what is good behavior. Now, Africans might have been exemplary to date in demonstrating that good behavior, but the point is that good behavior has to be the measure of who your identity is. Are you a good person? Do you have good conduct? Have you got dignity? Did you treat that person fair? If you had to lash out, was it for justified reasons? You understand? If that man attacked you, the slave man attacked you, of course his behavior wasn't righteous. You understand? He's not bad because he's white. He's bad because he was unrighteous. And that's what needs checking. So this is what I'm saying. To me, the only source of true identity is based on Amenra, Olorun, whatever name you want to call the Almighty Creator. That's the only basis of identity. Everything else becomes secondary but not totally irrelevant. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm saying it has a place. And when your identity as a female or a race...
But you did say that your African identity was only relevant in the sense that other people call you Africans.
That's the main thing.
Call yourself an African.
Yeah, no. I'm an African because I'm of the continent of Africa. But the main thing that makes an African an issue, not if you come from China, if you come from Japan, if you come from Africa, that's not really the issue, is it? The problem is that the African race is under attack and has been under attack. So what we're saying is that you don't jump up to say you're an African in terms of just identifying with that issue and then surrounding yourself around that. Am I making sense, or am I?
I'm not too sure. Before you come in there,
can I just make one point?
No, just a moment, because I can see Kwende got his hands on his head.
I always say something.
Kwende's got his hands on his head. And I do want to move the conversation on, but I think we need some clarity here before we can move on.
The first thing is this issue about there's a difference or a dichotomy between identity and spirituality. To me, they're one and the same. You cannot be African without spirit. We are a spiritual people by essence, by source, by sojourn. And so they cannot be separated from us. That is who we are. If we move into the realm of understanding our history, heritage, and how we have come to be, even in this time, then we will understand very clearly that we cannot be discussing our last 500 years or so experience, certainly at the hands of the European, as bad behavior. It goes beyond that. There are no Africans that you will find anywhere on the planet in history anywhere that took another group of people and put them through the same process that we have been through in the last
So
few
what do you
years.
call the behavior, Kwende?
Okay.
What do you call that behavior?
I haven't found words in the English language yet to describe that experience. Marimba Annie, bless her, has come up with an African term called the Ma'afa to describe that experience, which means great suffering or disaster from our point of view. But in terms of the English language, barbaric, there aren't words enough that I have found to describe that horror, that terror. It's not bad behavior where you admonish a child in a corner. No. What we went through to bring us to the point now where we can't even identify ourselves clearly who we are and pass that message to our children, that point at which we have arrived at is sinful and wicked. And we have not, nowhere in our history delivered that to anyone.
That we know of.
But we do.
Sorry, sis.
But we
do what?
If you look at the Congo Civil War, if you look at the Rwanda,
okay.
If you look at some of these places,
no, we haven't, because we've lost our sense of identity and don't know who we are.
Sorry, this is where sometimes
we've always got to blame. Can always blame somebody.
Sorry, this is where I sometimes have issue with the kind of Pan-African thought, in the sense that we have labels and words to describe and
others' behavior
when other people do things to us, but yet when we look at how African people on the continent, and I've been to Africa,
not just on the continent,
And even here, how we treat each other and how we murder each other. I've seen, what's that film they have?
Hotel.
No, on Sierra Leone, the Sierra Leone Civil War.
Blood Diamonds. Blood Diamonds.
Something to do with the empire. It has an empire in the title.
Oh, I know which one you mean now.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I saw that program, I couldn't believe it. When you see Africans murdering each other and butchering each other, head off, foot off, anything.
Throw babies in a pit and light them on fire.
And you're thinking, wow.
It's just as wicked.
No. But when we want to look at that behaviour, we say, well, it's only because Arabs and Europeans have come amongst us.
And can I cut you then? Can I just cut you there?
We never would have done
because
that.
When we blame the other and then we still make the statement that we're the most spiritual people on the planet, it becomes challengeable. Because if you're so spiritual, why is it that you're still doing those things? How come education and pressure has let you lose that spirituality within you that you claim to be the greatest of? You know, it's one thing or the other. Either you're the most spiritual people on the planet, hence you've got nothing but good behavior, or you're just as human as the rest of everybody else. And when you're under influence, when you're under attack, and when you have been pressured, you will show the same bad behavior that those aggressors against you will show.
Could I just make a point? I got a few points to make still. I like the debate. I love the debate and what's being said, and I think everything what everybody's saying is correct from a certain perspective. Now, going back to the question that Ankhobia initially asked, which was whether
where are we now and how have we taken on those lessons?
And I was going more to that question, but you was asking whether Kwende was a Pan-African, and it was through that terminology of African and Pan-African why we've gone down this road of discussion about identity, who we are, our place in the world. Now, me personally, as well as this is not the only terminology or name that I would accept, but I would accept the term of being a Pan-African, 150%, with all the connotations to African, because we know that if you look for Africa in history, you're not going to find it up until 400 years ago. So you go past 400 years ago, there's no such people, there's no such place called Africa anywhere on the planet. So again, that's just to a certain level of consciousness of who we are according to that time period that we can relate ourselves to. Now, as a Pan-African, and I would consider Marcus Garvey to be a Pan-African and probably one of the persons to have brought to the fore practical ways.
Though Garvey himself never once classified himself as a Pan-African.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
and when he went to our people, he didn't go on this way Pan-Africans.
No, but it depends on your idea of Pan-Africanism, because as His Imperial Majesty,
the term, because you're saying now you classify yourself
100%
as a Pan-African, but I'm saying that
is probably a Garveyite, really.
Yeah, it's because no, it is, but what it is, what it is, the Pan-African and the Pan-African ideal is simply that we must have a universal African approach to our development. That is Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is that we believe for our personal development, we need to do it collectively as African people around the globe. That means that Africans in Africa and outside of Africa. Now, I believe that. I believe totally that to solve the problems for Africa on the continent, we in what they call the diaspora will have to contribute to that development, and vice versa, to change some of our circumstances and the conditions that we have in the diaspora. We need the interaction and the development through our African brothers and sisters who are coming from the continent or on the continent.
Is that because you recognise that all other groups have a homeland or a basis from which they
everybody else? Yeah.
Well, to me, this is...
I'm not criticising, I'm just asking, is that why you say that?
No, 100%, because like His Majesty said, a people who hasn't got nowhere they can call a nation is like a ship without a rudder. You understand? You have to have a nation that you can call your own, or you have to have a connection as identity that you can identify yourself with. Now, because we're in a world today whereas people do have these different groups set up or different ideologies of race, I personally don't believe in different races. I believe in the human race myself personally. But people do have these ideologies set up, and we know where they came from. So we have to live within these
But the reality,
practices.
even if you choose to live within those practices, the vast majority of your people don't see themselves as Africans. So,
but what I was trying to get at, Ankhobia, is that in all of that, following Marcus Garvey idea that we all must come together as African people in order to better our condition and so forth. And as what His Majesty says, I'm just saying that as a Pan-African, and I would consider myself to be a Pan-African, I believe in the brotherhood of all men.
Yes.
And that is what Pan-Africanism was initially built upon. It's not that we're fighting against anybody. We're just fighting for ourselves. So where
they do Pan-Africanists
now,
now
that's now.
it's a very movement.
That's what I'm saying now. But I'm saying that initially, what is Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism is directly a mechanism or a methodology that we African people have conceived that we need to come together to develop our circumstances. That is Pan-Africanism. Now, what has happened is that you have different people around the globe who have brought their ideas of Pan-Africanism into the forum, and now we're actually manifesting a type of Pan-Africanism that I don't think personally falls in line with what the original concept of Pan-Africanism is, which is that we do believe in a brotherhood of all men, but we do believe that in order for us to get our just and our rights, we have to develop ourselves economically, educationally, socially, independently from other nations as a protection for ourselves, because we have experienced through the past 400 or 500 years that without this protection, other people take liberties and advantage of us.
I think this brings me very much on.
Can I just say that, just clarify that everything that he said is right up to the point of being different from everybody else, because the truth is that you as an African are never going to be left alone to get on with it. That's the experience. You're not going to be left alone to go off like China's in China and getting on with what they're getting on with it. And the global experience is showing that everybody's breaking down the barriers anyway and all moving in. By all means, we have to learn to develop ourselves and to be, move forward with technology, with science, with our sense of dignity, in terms of creating our own religion and dictating. But we have to have the freedom to be able to do so wherever we so choose to do it, not have to say that we have to fall into this group. Because the minute we start putting ourselves into these little small categories of group and creating new rules again, to me, it always comes back to righteousness. Because if an African goes into the workplace with a righteous heart, he won't need to know about race to know that somebody's misbehaving. Do you understand? Or treating him badly or treating him unfairly. Because he knows about good behavior. You don't need to know about race to know that if somebody's salary is bigger than yours and you're doing a job, that you're...
But sister, this is the point.
But don't you think
that
he would need to realise that it is race that is actually put?
That's right.
To have a lower salary than another
that's
person.
what I said at the beginning. That the world's definition, we're being ruled at the moment by bullies. Now the bullies define the world in groups and in packs. That's how it does things to get stronger. Now you who are not a bully, why are you going to take on that same concept? What you have to do is to say, well, okay, I saw the bully work. And I saw the bully things and I see what he's doing, but what rules? Because if you follow his rules, you'll be fighting forever. You've got to go back to the genuine rules, because if you notice that he himself has to follow the rules of God, he might misconduct himself underneath it, but every time, the more public he becomes, the more exposure he gets. The use that everybody on this planet used to judge is that correct behavior or incorrect behavior is based on the principles of righteousness.
But who's to say, sister, that we are actually Pan-Africanism is something that was set up to perpetrate what they've done to us? What the argument is now...
She wasn't saying that. She's saying that if somebody else has rules and definitions, and they use that to define you and split the world apart, if you then take that concept upon yourself, then you're doing the same thing as them.
This is why I cited earlier on, because personally myself, this is my view, and everybody may not hold this view. I view that every person on this planet, their ethnic origin is African. Every person on the earth, no matter what colour they am today, their ethnic origin is African. Now, how I make my distinction personally, I'm not saying that everybody has to take this view, is that I'm an Ethiopian. You understand? An Ethiopian, which means of that group of Africans, I am the one that has remained with my black skin and can be identified through my physiognomy. There's no other people within the family of Africans who can be identified thusly. Therefore, as an Ethiopian, according to the heritage, I can go back into history and see what an Ethiopian is and how an Ethiopian portrays himself in society. Differently, I'm saying that as an Ethiopian, we have to acknowledge that we have, as a people, a different history, a different heritage than other people. And I'll give you why that's very important. Because I hear a lot today, people speaking in the media of this is how the war was, how people are, and, generalizing people's nature. And history proves that we, from this particular tribe of Africans called Ethiopians, have a different nature according to what they're saying that we all have. And a lot of things that they do, they attribute human nature to some of the things that we are doing today in society that was not practiced in our African Ethiopian culture. So this is why I say that with identity, and when we say African, yes, there may be many different arguments to whether African is a valid terminology to use to describe us, and it may not be, because a European born in Africa is an African, and you can't dispute that. You understand? So geographically, he's an African, and he's got a passport that will say he's African according to laws and so forth and whatever.
Just
so
we're Europeans.
but identity-wise, we have been clearly we have been clearly made distinct. Listen to what I'm saying. In the heritage of the world, of any people, we people who have been classified as Ethiopian have been made distinct and have a distinct history and heritage that can be isolated independently as a particular branch of the human race. That is our identity. That is our heritage. And I don't think that we can forgive or forget it just so we can assimilate into a universal consciousness when we know that we've had that consciousness and practice it in a different way.
Let him, because
otherwise what's going to happen is going to be
no, but he hasn't spoken much.
Can I just say one point?
Okay, well, let me just say this. This is the On a Level talk show.
This is just a quick one.
I'm going to let you speak. We have listeners out there. This is the On a Level talk show. You're just tuning in your radio and you're thinking, what the hell is going on? It is the On a Level talk show of Ankhobia. In the studio today, we have Dave, Rema, Kwende, and Imani, and together we are looking at the future of black people globally and where we are going. And you know, if this was a community forum, it would be just as heated. But I think that there's a lot of very excellent points that everybody is making, and certainly these are points that you need to be discussing in your home, in the community. This is the same kind of discussion we need to be having. It's the same discussion that those who want to lead us need to be having amongst themselves. These are the kind of discussions they must sit down and they must have if they're going to look at governing and ruling black people. These are some serious issues that are coming out there. Go on, Dave.
I just want to make a quick point, because I can see, you know, based on your argument, you feel quite passionate and connected with Ethiopia. But the issue I have is, before the Berlin Conference 1884, where the Europeans went in and split up, carved up Africa because of what they wanted. They wanted this piece for England, this piece for Germany, that piece for this person, and they literally split up Africa. Hence the reason why Africa is now how it is, in terms of you've got Ethiopia, you've got Nigeria, you've got this country and that country. The point I'm simply trying to make, right, I think sometimes we feel passionate and connect ourselves with a particular part of Africa, when really we need to look beyond that in terms of saying, I'm Ethiopian, I'm, you know, a Nigerian.
No, I'm not even you meant Ethiopia, the continent.
I'm saying Ethiopian as a ethnic group within the human race.
When you say Ethiopia, are you talking about Ethiopia, the country, or are you talking about?
It has only been there from 1930, which I'm talking about Ethiopia.
Or you're talking about the people?
What I'm saying, if you go into history, beloved, if you go into ancient history, you will find the name used mostly to describe people from our heritage would be Ethiopia. You understand?
Right.
So by choosing that name, I can go back and learn about the heritage of my people.
Right. So even if you find Africans living in Africa, Europeans, they still are Europeans.
They're Europeans in Africa.
And
their ethnic origin is African, because they themselves agree that they come from Homo sapien in their own terminology, in their evolution. They still say that they come from Africa. So
right.
Okay, I'm going to move this discussion.
Can I just say one thing? Because he made a point about assimilation.
No, let's move this discussion.
I've got to. I beg you. I won't make any more.
Then I'm going to make Kwende come in. Then
I won't. Okay. Oh, have you been stopping Kwende?
No, go on, say your point. Then I'm going to Kwende come in.
What you said about assimilation, I'd hate to think that anybody think that is my point, because assimilation in terms of trying to bow down and scrape and just get by, me knowing that, and anybody who knows me would know that I'm not into that.
Now I would say, as a Garvey, like, that integration at a certain level without power is of no use. That's what I would say. The only problem with integration without power, integration without individual power, you'll be used as pawns. That's the only problem.
You'll be a fool.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
It takes courage to be righteous. What more courage than what it takes to be black or African? Because you are. You can choose to be righteous or choose not to be, but you cannot choose to be an African. You just are an African. But what I'm trying to say is that whatever the behavior is that is coming at me, I'm going to classify that behavior accordingly. And I do think if we continue to just look at the world through African eyes, we will allow Africans to get away with not murder, but with some things that they shouldn't, and condemn the other races consistently. We've got to look at right for right's sake and look at bad for bad's sake. And then, if you want to embrace your culture, by all means, your food, how you eat, to know that you came from the continent of Africa, that these people did this, that they have rewritten history and told lies. These are facts. These have got nothing to do with challenging, I'm not on about challenging the facts of our existence. I'm on about the point where we are now is that we have to start to understand, have a proper basis to measure human existence, and classifying it as race is not a proper measure. It's a very limited measure, should I say. Sorry.
Kwende.
Okay. The notion of identity, as I spoke about earlier in terms of being African, is not about the passport that you happen to carry. It's not about citizenship of a particular geographical location. We're talking about origin, ethnic origin. And so being African is a whole heritage, a whole origin, a whole history of a people.
But Kwende, do you believe that the first human being was from Africa?
And everybody comes from Africa.
Yes.
Then
but the scientists study this, and Africans migrated from Africa. The first humans to leave Africa went to other places, and many of you will have heard the saying that the environment shapes the people. Scientists have described that shaping as mutation. They cease to become, in these colder places, what was originally African.
We better get out of England fast, because we're going to get
Ethiopian.
mutated.
Yeah.
So
we're going to have to come out very quick.
It's more than color. It's more than color.
And physiognomy.
Right. And I don't think we have time to go into the realms of that.
We have
right.
so much other things to cover.
But it was a mutation that took place in the words of the scientists themselves. They ceased to be what they originally left Africa, in the state they left Africa in.
So are the scientists, what are the scientists classifying them people who left? What did that mutation create then? What are those things that left out of Africa and became, because to me a mutation makes you deformed in some way. So we're saying that the rest of the world is deformed? We've got to start accounting for what we're saying here.
And those are your words, not mine.
No, but that's what you're implying.
But I didn't say that. I'm saying that the scientists have called it a mutation, right? How you see that, yeah.
But then you tell us how you see that.
How I see that
please.
is that the certainly one of the obvious changes was that we become demelanated.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the Caucasian becomes prevalent. Okay.
Yes.
That's
white.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it in essence. So,
in essence, but how did it change the characteristics of the person, or?
Well, if you read Michael Bradley's book, The Iceman Inheritance, you'll see the nature of what that society emerged into.
But if you also read
see?
Wayne Chandler's book,
Yes.
Wayne Chandler will show you quite clearly in his book Ancient Futures that there are two different groups of Europeans, and that Africans were living peacefully with Europeans, trading and getting on with Europeans. It was when a particular group of Europeans came from I forget which part of the world it was, if it was up by Russia somewhere.
Caucasus.
Caucasus
Mountains.
Mountains.
Caucasus Mountains.
The Caucasus Mountains
I'm not sure if
was
it's
quite civilized, because that's a culture.
I'm not sure if it's the Caucasus Mountains, but anyway, he says there was a particular group of Europeans who came into being, and they were the ones who then caused havoc on the world. Now that really kind of made me think quite differently, because I thought all Europeans behaved a certain way. When I asked him, he says, no, it's a misperception we have about history, because we don't acknowledge, black or white, that we did have good relationships with various groups beforehand.
The changes were not overnight.
Yes,
and it's
thousands of years.
It's a process of transformation. And in fact, the original people in Europe, the Grimaldis, I'm sure you've heard of,
yes, the Grimaldi,
were actually for want of a better phrase, in that part of the world, African.
Yeah.
You see, so the transformation process, or by the scientists' account, the mutation process is over time.
So how come some groups of Europeans behave good and then others? What happened?
How that manifests into a global view of Europeans is because of our more recent experience through the enslavement process, where we see that the whole European nations are on the same brutality program.
Okay. But originally they weren't. There was a particular group of Europeans who
I haven't
conquered the various groups of Europe and changed their...
you see, even that analysis raises questions, because how is it that a group of Europeans can change the psyche amongst the other Europeans?
The same way they change African psyche.
Right.
The same way that you know your statement earlier was that they influence and others made us destructive.
Right.
So I'm not saying that is, but it's the same way, wasn't it?
And the reason I asked that question is because that psyche change is allowed and is nurtured, if you like, by the environment that those people come from.
Okay,
could I just say no?
But let's move on, please.
Okay,
but
just one other point.
Because I think we have really gone beyond the point.
Okay, just one other point is that this thing about Garvey, and Garvey was raised earlier, and that Garvey was not a Pan-Africanist.
I said that Garvey never ever classified himself as a Pan-Africanist.
He never did. He never did, to my knowledge. What he said was, and he was very clear about this, was that he was an African fundamentalist. That was the currency that he used at that time. So African fundamentalism is the program that Garvey was running. It wasn't called Pan-African, but it was called African fundamentalism.
Thank you. And I know you got more Garvey books than any of us in here. I've seen some of them. Okay. All right. Wow, like I said, we're talking about the future of black people globally and where are we going, and this is a serious discussion, not open to phone lines at all, because if you can imagine, if you open the phone lines, how this is just going to go way out there.
Definitely.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
Bro, we struggle. That is the rule and protect of I and I life. Oh, man, abroad. Africans with African pride. Fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for a nation to move forward. Africans with African pride. Fighting to attain our rights. One no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. But make we can all unite. Put each man difference aside. Why can't we just come together? See some tribal wars and fight. Who knows better must do better. A source of collective insight may not be exposed to education, but surely knows wrong from right. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. Want no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. Africans with African pride, fighting to attain our rights. Want no more shedding of blood for this nation to move forward. Set them within a motivation. Teach I to be self-sufficient. Don't want to depend on no one for attainment of my brain.
Okay, let's get back on track. How did the generations of the past, how did they fail? How did they fail us? Where did they go wrong? If we're trying to assess history here and see where we're kind of moving towards globally, how did they fail?
Well,
not everybody has to answer this question.
From my point of view, they failed in some respects and others they've succeeded. Obviously,
the next question is how did they succeed? Yeah. But for now, it's how did they fail?
For the failing, I think how we have been failed is that a lot of the knowledge that we need to have and we need to be nurtured on from a young age in order to have a positive identity of ourselves. The past generation never actually went out and secured that information for the benefit of their children.
Information, sorry?
The information, the knowledge that our parents needed that they needed to bring us up with. I think this is where they failed.
What information? Sorry.
Knowledge about our history and our culture and our heritage.
Okay.
I'm saying that the way they failed is that when they came to England, which opened up the opportunities to this and access to this knowledge, that they had the idea that by educating us within the system and by giving us over to the system, that we would have better prospects in the future. So I think that is where they failed us in not looking to their, trying to discover or, find what information was necessary for, an awareness to be built, that we would have an identity. They never thought identity was of any necessity to our development. That's what I think our parents, that's where they failed, that they didn't even think that identity was needed.
I would agree with that. And, I know I keep going back to Kemet.
By the way, Kemet means Egypt, for those of you who don't know.
But if we look again back at, Chancellor Williams' book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, some of the things he talks about quite clearly is the lessons that this generation or one generation did not learn from the previous generation, and what was happening time and time again. And we can see it here in this same civilization whilst we're here, is that the same mistakes that our parents made, we're making the same mistakes again and again and again. And I put that down to really a lack of education.
So where did they fail?
I think if we look at Chancellor Williams' book, for instance, and he talks about the idea of certain people coming in and setting up shop stalls around the outskirts of Kemet and allowing these people to come in slowly and then take over, and then literally once they've actually set up, they've taken over the entire civilization, and then they're running the monarchy, they're running the whole show, basically. So I see here, in terms of lessons, we haven't really learned lessons from the past. We're just doing things sort of haphazardly.
Can I just say there, just to kind of add to what you're saying, if we're saying that, we're this kind of great spiritual people, which is questionable, but if we're saying that at the foundation of who we are, this is part of our identity, those groups who came in, can we blame those generations of the past? Because some of those groups who came in, they came in with violence.
Absolutely.
Yes. So I'm wondering if one of the areas in which they failed was that because they were so spiritual, they didn't take to defending themselves properly.
I think certainly in the past, the fact that they saw themselves as extremely spiritual, they saw everybody else as spiritual as well.
But it goes back to what Rema was saying earlier, perhaps. If someone shows you bad behaviour, then maybe you need to do something to check it. To say that, not because we're all brothers and we're all... I'm asking that question because I'm saying, where is it that our past generations have failed? We've experienced growing up in this society certain injustices. Our parents have come from within a Christian framework that hasn't allowed them to check some of those injustices that we've experienced. And so we just continue to go on, and we don't... Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, it's an interesting discussion. However, I will have this to say, and that is that in this recent period of time, this last 400 years or so, the generations preceding and where we are now, there's a book called The Psychopathic Racial Personality by Bobby E. Wright. I do urge people to have a look at that book because it deals with the psychology of where we're at in this time. And what that does is to account for the fact that we can't actually see when we're being abused. Because we've been brought to a position where we don't know who we are anymore.
But even back then, we didn't... What he's saying is that back then we didn't know either. Something went wrong.
Coming to that. But in terms of where we are now, we're at a position where we are being abused and cannot recognize the abuser or the abuse itself. And the abuser, if you like, takes on the role of blaming the victim. So the victim now feels guilty about his or her position. And that is the essence of a psychopath, which is what Bobby E. Wright outlines in his very concise and precise book, The Psychopathic Racial Personality. Now, going back to the point
about Kemet with Chancellor Williams saying we
yeah,
haven't learned from.
we haven't learned from that period of time really, because you see the cycles coming round again, which is the point Dave is making, is that some of the mistakes that we make, we repeat. Now, we're not going to know that unless we actually study what those mistakes are to learn from them.
The reason I bring up the issue of the spirituality, because for me, I just don't want to know that my ancestors were great spiritual people or whatever, and that is the essence of who I am today. I want to know, can my spirituality, can it protect me?
Mm-hmm.
Can it give me the great life that I'm looking for? Can it empower me? Can it protect me when others come against me and do things? And if our ancestors at that time didn't learn that, then that's a massive, and this is something that Robin Walker addresses as well. He says we have to be honest. Somebody made a mistake back there when certain things were being done. Somebody didn't stand up enough to say no. And you see it all throughout Africa, because you wonder, how can people just come in and take over these resources? How can they take over the land? And we're saying we're so righteous, we're so spiritual, we're the spiritual vanguards of the earth, you know, and then it's like people just come in and walk all over us, and it's like, in some cases we even join with them, some of our people even join with them to get some of those spoils. I just think something's wrong somewhere. Something's wrong somewhere. Maybe we think, I don't know, something's wrong somewhere. Yeah.
Well, you know, as you're saying, you know, obviously something must have went wrong in the past to get us into the situation that we're in, you understand? But I totally lay that blame on us, because in our consciousness or in our ideology of our creator, once we are practicing what our ancestors told us to practice, we would be totally protected. From all form of outsiders. You understand? So therefore, if we have confidence that our ancestors had at some time reached the spiritual heights, then it would be logical that through time we lost it and allowed other people to actually take over. With my research, I can't see how, personally myself, through studying African history or the history of the continent over thousands of years, I can't see how any nation in any time period was able to come into Africa by force and take it over without the assistance of Africans on the continent. So just through that relationship with some Africans on the continent and outsiders can obviously show us one of the issues that we are facing problems is people within us that allow outsiders to conquer us. You understand? So the problem is still within us. You understand? So I think that our ancestors fail to recognize, like my personal ancestors fail to recognize that to fight for ourselves, they're still fighting for somebody else. So even when we're actually trying to progress, if it's not in line with who they think they're supposed to be.
And that's happening today?
Yeah, 100%. I think.
Can I just say that for me, I'm not following on what you're saying, because I hear it. But for me, the word failure is not something that I attach to that well. I think there's a Cometian saying that says the pendulum swings. So as you are at the top, by all means, you're going to go to the bottom, and then it will swing back again, because there's certain laws within creation, isn't there? I'm not saying that I follow the laws because they protect me. I follow the laws because they are the authority. Do you understand? I follow the laws of God because they're the authority. I follow the laws of England because they're the authority. Not because they protect me, but because I have no choice within those laws.
If you're in alignment with particular laws of creation, you're supposed to get protection. It's stated 100%. In our...
Well, I don't know, because I know that there's reciprocity, that there's opposition, that there's up, and that there's down. So this is what I'm just giving you, a reflection of something that I've read as a Cometian teaching, where that the pendulum swings and that you go from top to the bottom and you'll swing back to the top again. So in terms of failure, which is a question, how did our ancestors and our forerunners fail? Then to me, nobody has failed. Everybody, I believe, is do their maximum best. Well, maybe not everybody, but as a people generally, you're doing your best to survive. You're doing your best to get through. So in terms of doing your best, you can't ask for a human being no more than that. But if all the circumstances are around you, that's pushing you again, because now we're in a state of existence. And to challenge us to say, oh, you know, this group, Pan-African, is failing because it's not doing this and this and that. That's not the issue. The issue is that within the parameters of what that person has to work with, how well are they doing? So for me, I think...
so within the parameters that our ancestors were existing in...
I think they did their best.
When things were quite good for them, you think they did their best?
Yes, I think they did their best, and I don't know what the circumstances of creation and reality that would make that character that they develop vulnerable to the circumstances that was coming at them. But that don't mean to say that they should have had to change that character. Maybe you have to go through experience. It's like you're going to say to a child, you're going to grow up and go through all your life and you're never going to get hit, you're never going to get kicked, you're never going to suffer. You're going to suffer. What the point is that what is our character that we maintain throughout this long journey? Sorry, Ankhobia, I'm seeing the child down there. But it's what character do we maintain? I expect to be under attack. If Chinese are ruling it, let's say Asians are going to be having, the pendulum is going to swing in their direction there. Fine, I don't have no problem with that. The problem is if they're going to be more vicious than the last set of rulers, what are the character that I have to develop now within myself and within my children to be able to cope with that sort of force? Because there'll always be a governing force. There will always be a governing force on this planet, and as we see it, the planet is shrinking. You can't isolate yourself in Africa or in Japan, or you can't isolate yourself anymore. It's a whole thing. What to me is important is that our ancestors have shown us before what it is that they've held on to survive. You see, the American Indians, they didn't survive. You understand?
Yeah, so the pendulum didn't swing for them.
Well, you don't know until the total. But Ankhobia, the totality of creation, you don't know. You can only.
They're gone. They're dead.
That's right. They don't exist. But in the totality of creation, you don't know about everything to do with creation. You don't know where they've gone, what they've gone to.
On
you
this
don't.
planet.
Yeah, right. So on this,
they're gone.
right.
Okay,
but
good,
in the equation of the pendulum swinging, you don't know what that reality is. What I'm saying is, in terms of our reality, is that right now we're at the bottom of that game. This swinging to go back up, I don't think it's us sitting down, but our nature will mean that we're going to kick in, we're going to want to do things, we're going to, like we're doing now, we're trying to understand this is a process of that swinging it back in the other direction. So,
But Sister Rema, think exactly what you say, I agree with that, but think about this. If a Muslim society found themselves in this degradation, or a Christian society, or a Hindu society, or a Buddhist society, what they would put it down to is that they've fallen short of what's expected of them by their God. You understand? That's how they would conceive. If they had a Christianity and they believe in Christianity, but yet still they wasn't receiving the benefits of a peaceful life and things like that, then they would reflect upon, well, what are we doing outside of what? You understand? We're supposed to be doing.
And I agree with that to a certain extent, but the thing is that if I'm stealing, or if I'm lying, or if I'm murdering, and then I'm suffering, then I'm going to say, well, what is it in my behavior that I'm doing that's outside of God? Do you understand? But if I find myself fallen and I'm still living on those principles aren't going to protect you from attack. You understand? But what it is that when you're under attack, you're strong still because you've lived, you maintain.
But according
it's only a thief that needs to hide.
But according to the doctrine that they've received, and because according to what they've been indoctrinated, like a Christian will believe that by following these things they will get protected, because the scripture will tell them, if you do this, God will protect you.
Yeah, but they don't know,
I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So is everybody in their religion. That's what they believe. If they follow their tradition, they will be protected. But I'm saying, if they come to a time in their existence and they found that they're downtrodden, their economy is corrupted and everything, then they would attribute that solely to them not following their tradition. You understand? They wouldn't say that their tradition's wrong and the Quran's wrong or the Bible's wrong. They would lay the blame on themselves and say that we have not followed what we're supposed to follow. That is why we have enabled pagans, Kafirs or whatever to take over. But we're in the same position right now, whereas as an African people, we're looking and we're saying, well, we're downtrodden, we've been oppressed, and we're still not looking at what are we falling short of, what have we moved away from,
what are we failing to do?
What we're failing to do, so our protection is gone. You understand? We must have had a protection to have had 4, 5, 6, 7, 10,000 years of civilization. We must have had a protection. So what have we lost? What have we not got today?
So does that mean that
are you in your study of history then?
In my study of history, personally myself, I do believe that we've lost the connection with the supreme intelligence because of how we view ourselves as human beings and our place in the universe. For instance, for me personally, I see as the creator, me. That's it, you understand? My obligation is to my creator. You understand? Next is to my family, to my community, and so forth and whatever. So what I'm saying is that in African society, we live our lives according to what we perceive is our purpose and our duties in life. And because what we've been given today is a tradition or a religion, you can actually do wrong in these religions and it's justified. Some people are going out there murdering mass scale and it's being justified in religion, whereas the person themselves know, or in your heart you know that stealing's wrong, thieves wrong and so forth, but they allow religions to actually take them away from that. I'm saying in African society, they're fully aware that it's you and your creator, you understand?
Maybe traditional African society, I don't know about now. I hear some stories now that I just think, my God, it's gone way off the scale.
Where history, and prophecy is concerned, I and I witness, and I know, say, every man have to go face them judgment, And none but ourselves can fear our mind. 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 None but ourselves can fear our mind.
Do good, my brother. And good will follow you. I know. I will always do the good I can. War and hatred I can't stand. And I hope you feel the same way too. The goodness of your works will carry you through. Do good unto others, and I will do the same for you. Give it a try, my friend, and you will prove what I'm saying is true. Love is the answer. There ain't no other. Oh, love is the answer. True love of the Father. If your neighbor come begging you something, don't say go and come to.
Let's move on a bit. How did they succeed? How did our ancestors and the people of the past, how did they succeed then? It seems to me that one of the areas in which you're saying that they succeeded was when they were in alignment.
I think without a shadow of a doubt, I have to agree with you 100%. It has to go to the core of the source.
How did they succeed?
Well, I mean, if you look at the ancient pyramids, for instance, those blocks was put together 1,000th of an inch, of mathematical accuracy. The only place you'll find that type of accuracy is in the jewelers or the opticians. There's no way anybody else, and the Japanese have tried to construct pyramids and they've failed. No one has been able to do that, and I think it's simply because of the connection with the source, with the creator.
So coming through the more recent history, say the last 500 years, our ancestors coming from the Caribbean, even coming here, how did they succeed? What were some of the things they did that made them succeed?
So
I think my very existence here is testimony of them, being successful. And like the sister Rema suggested here, often we knock our ancestors, for what they didn't do or for whatever. And I think our very existence is a testimony of their success. They done the best they could with the tools they have. And that's all you can really ask from a set of people. If you've only got a knife and fork, that's all you've got to cope with.
So then you haven't got to have any more beef. But if you see your brother out on the street with his pants down,
no. He's for me the way
the best he can.
He just needs education. Because once he's been truly he's just been miseducated. Once he's been educated,
I'm just joking.
he'll understand what he really needs.
Where he really needs to put his pants.
So you're saying adaptability, Rema? You're saying adaptability is one of the key lessons?
Yeah, one of them, I think, is their ability to adapt in all environments and still maintaining a good sense of their character and integrity. Some of our character and integrity has certainly been worn down. But yeah, I think their adaptability and
Kwende?
flexibility.
Okay, all the way from ancient times, we've had a whole arena of success, yeah? Now, we talked about Kemet and Nile Valley and what were the failings and so on and so forth, and there must be lessons to be learned. Yes, there are lessons, but there are also no other parallels. It's the oldest, longest standing civilization known to mankind. Absolutely. You see? And so when we're talking about what we're existing in now, in terms of the last 500 years, it's a snapshot of time. Absolutely. By comparison. So the success is actually longevity in a very obvious way. Okay? How do you sustain civilization for 10,000 plus years?
Yes.
You see? And we need to hold that as a success.
Absolutely.
First and foremost. Now, the same people that are able to sustain civilization for that length of time carried that with them wherever they went in the world, even at the hands of others. And we see it in the Caribbean, we see it even in England right now, that we break the mold still. Even with the circumstances we have, we still produce some of the most talented, most creative. The genius still flows in abundance beyond measure, and in comparison to other groups who are actually still self-governing, and we're not.
Okay. So how do you think then, as a race of people, where we are today, how do you think we now see ourselves? Like, you know, are we still fighting for this struggle, or have we reached? Is everything cool and calm? Not your perceptions. How do you think people out there are kind of seeing our position today, black people?
Well, I think that most black people, or a lot of black people, they think that we have no chance of defeating the people who are oppressing us. So what they do, they just say, if you can't beat them, join them. A lot of people are no longer in the struggle because nobody's not putting forward strategies that they think will have an impact on changing our circumstances. So I think a lot of people have given up, you know what I mean? A lot of people, they no longer seek to fight this struggle and don't think that this struggle is winnable.
I have to agree. Yeah, people have given up. I mean, even those who were in sort of, want for a better word, the black movement, you know, in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and, you know, well, where are they? They're no longer to be seen on the so-called black scene, if you will. I think a lot of them have become disillusioned, and like the brother right here has correctly said, they've just molded into the system and have just sort of run along with things. They've become very disillusioned.
So they don't think that there's a struggle anymore.
I think they know there's a struggle, but they don't think personally that the struggle is. I think everybody's aware that there's a struggle. Everybody's aware that there's a struggle because we see what's happening in the world, but they don't think there's any likelihood of themselves personally contributing to bettering that situation, because there's nobody putting forward any strategy or methodology that they could join into and say that's going to bring the fruits and the results. So right now they're sitting down in dismay, thinking that this is just how it is. The most I can do, as for what the sister said, is for myself, and just sort myself out, make sure I'm all right, my family's all right, my children are all right, and that is my contribution to the struggle.
I think a lot of people.
Because I want to cut the time down. Right, okay. This is what's caused us to take so long. That people are picking up on people's points. Kwende. Yeah.
Okay, I may have a slightly different view, in the sense that yes, there is some apathy out there amongst our people, but what I've seen over the last certainly few years is a distinct rise in the level of consciousness of our people, especially the young people. And
what do you mean when you say consciousness?
In terms of knowing who they are and identifying that there's something that is not quite right about the existence that we have in this world. It's interesting that we can see certain voices coming out. In terms of our youth, there's a lot of growth and development that's taking place. You find rap artists singing conscious lyrics. You find young people articulating our experience through poetry and music and various other avenues, and you hear them having the conversations. I can walk the streets and see people trading, young people trading in DVDs from Ashra Kwesi through to Amos Wilson, and articulating what they are seeing in those various documentaries.
Okay. So how do we see ourselves now as a people, and how has our current perception of our struggles at the moment?
Because to me, first let me just say that I do have a Pan-African background. You know, I was trained in Pan-Africanism, and I salute Marcus Garvey more than any other man on this planet, you know. And the teachings of Garvey, to me, are foremost, and they taught me a lot. And Pan-Africanism, being amongst Pan-Africanists, has also given me a powerful perception of being able to look at the world and just unveil certain things. So don't think that in all that I'm talking, I'm against Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanist. I think everything has its place. So that's just that point. But in terms of your question as to how do we see ourselves now as a people, and how does our perception of ourselves hinder the struggle, I think we fundamentally see ourselves positively. I still think that we see ourselves fundamentally as a righteous people. So that's my positive point. Negatively, I think a lot of our training and experiences has made us to become victims. We've got a victim mentality. I think we've got a reactionary mentality. We don't feel a sense of personal power, and we see that there's no group power. So then we tend to react. We're frustrated. I think we're scared and we're frustrated. And that frustration and that anger is what's digging us deeper into the hole, more so than the enemy or whoever we perceive as our enemy to be. I think our own reaction to this dispensation and this time is what would probably hinder progression.
Okay. Has anybody else got a comment on that? And how has our current perception of our struggles at the moment hindered us? Because there are some black people who don't see the struggle.
What
There's no struggle. And this oppression. What oppression are you talking about? They think it's real state of mind. And that is, maybe a worthy point. Maybe someone needs to qualify what they identify as the struggle and what this oppression is.
But why I say struggle? It depends on what people are fighting for. I understand fully that what we are fighting for is consciousness and a spirituality that was inbred in us, and that is because of the melanin and because of the physiognomy and the vibrations with the earth and all the rest of it and the sun and all the rest of it. We know all that's going on. But I'm saying personally, this is my struggle. My struggle is this, right? All these forces are against me, right? All these forces are against me, adapting and so forth and whatever. Yeah, the struggle, that depends on what the struggle is. See, some people think the struggle is political, some people think the struggle is physical. The struggle is not physical. From the beginning, it has been about our spirituality. And this is what I'm saying. We're trying to hold on to something, This is what they're trying to take away from us. We're trying to hold on to it. You understand? And when we're holding on to it, they're taking it away. That's the struggle, you understand? It's not fighting in that sense. It's that we're trying to hold on to something.
Rights. And Bob Marley said it best. He says, I'm not talking about no equal rights. I'm talking about my freedom.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, freedom and liberty. Hey, I love that sound.
100%, man.
He said, I'm not talking about no. And that, when I heard Bob Massett,
100%.
That song had a massive impact on me. I'm not fighting for equal rights.
That's right.
He said, I'm talking about my freedom. Do you get me? In other words, I'm fighting for how the Creator made me to be. I'm fighting for that right to be who I truly am. And you're trying to make me be something that I'm not in order to allow this world order that you want to bring forward. No, I'm running with God's order.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
I think when they see things on the TV relating to Africa and in the Caribbean, poverty and things like that, they do know that we're still not where we're supposed to be as a people collectively.
So they see poverty around the world, isn't it?
I think, but more so. But I'm saying that when they see it in Africa and the Caribbean, do they relate that to their own?
Well, they're black British now.
I have to admit, I do have a problem with that word struggle. And
I hate it.
And I feel to you, someone said to me, how is the struggle going? And I said, I'm sorry, but I refuse to struggle. And I don't use the word, and I don't see myself as struggling, because if you do believe that there is a creator, and like the scripture says, he are gods, there's the idea that I have that we create our own reality, and our very thinking, the way we think, is determining the kind of experiences that we're having.
Which
and
is
the
what
reality
Rema was just saying,
and our reality. So I think in terms of struggle and these words that we're using, they are hindering us, and we need to stop using them, whether we come up with some other word or some concept. But I refuse to struggle. I'm not struggling. I'm experiencing certain things now, but I'm certainly not struggling, because back to the point I was saying, you defend your point and you ask for more of whatever it is, you get to keep it. You get to keep it. It's as simple as that. And I think the fact that we're using these words, using certain labels, we attach ourselves to them and we become them.
So do you think it makes any sense in the 21st century to continue seeing ourselves as an oppressed people?
There are issues there, but I think what we need to question is why I am in the situation I am in.
You're a real Jamaican, you are, the way you speak.
If the creator and the source does run through me and I have some power over that, am I really creating the situation I am in? And I subscribe to that 100%, because we are creating the experiences. Instead of looking to blame other people, why not take responsibility of our own actions and look at ourselves, do some introspection? Because I think a lot of us, we like to blame and we like to look at other people. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that there isn't problems out there. There are problems out there, but I think we are a people who do not like to take responsibility of our own issues and we like to look out and blame other people.
One of the things that you were saying earlier, Kwende, was that, I'm not sure if you was quoting Amos Wilson or Bobby E. Wright, was that one of the ways in which the system works is that it gets victims to blame themselves. Is that what you're hearing here? Or do you agree with what Dave is saying? I'm not trying to pit anyone against each other. I just want to...
Well, certainly, I do feel that we are being put in a position where we blame ourselves for certain things. And the analogy that I gave earlier, which is actually Bobby Wright's analogy of the psychopath in charge of that whole process to make us turn in on ourselves, is a reality. Yeah. Taking responsibility comes out of knowing who we are.
Okay.
Wouldn't you say, though, that Marcus Garvey, for instance, as a Pan-Africanist or as a person who brought forth this African fundamentalism, he, from how I've read him, puts the blame 100% upon us for what we fail to do as a people. And by our failures, we allow other people to do certain things. That's our own failure.
But he said he understood it within the terms of self-hate, that our self-hate caused us to act against our own interests, all the things we said we wanted.
Could I just interject this point quickly? For me, slavery had all these issues, and psychologically and all the rest of it. But because I follow Marcus Garvey, I can see a junction in history where that was obliterated. Even if it was just for a short period of time, Marcus Garvey was able, with all the issues that we have, to still galvanize the people.
Absolutely.
And still, I look at it.
We have no excuse.
We have no excuse. I can't look at the things that's happened before that time. I have to look at the things that's happened after that time. So why I said earlier on why I think we fail is because we don't look at things that have happened already that are proven to develop us in a way, even after all the 400 years of slavery.
Can I make
a
just a moment? Finish up.
So I'm just saying. So I'm saying that, like me personally, I don't blame anybody external. I know that it's what we have to do for ourselves. That's what I'm saying. And I think that we should understand that first and foremost. It's about us, not them.
One quick point I'd like to make, and I think this is extremely important in terms of the power of thought.
And perception.
Yeah, and perception as well, because a Japanese guy, I can't remember his name, but anyone who's interested can type into the internet the power of water, and there's this Japanese man who carried out some research who actually demonstrated that by having positive thoughts it creates a certain crystallized type water, and by having negative thoughts it creates warped type crystals, distorted crystals. And the point I'm trying to make, right, if 90% of the body is water, liquid, and we're having negative thoughts through whatever reason, what is that doing to us? What is that creating in the physiology of us as human beings? That's creating a lot of problems. It's hindering us. So how we perceive other people, that's why I think sometimes we need to detach ourselves from a lot of these things.
Labels.
Yes, because these are hindering us, preventing us, and even causing sicknesses in us.
That's right. I like that.
Okay, so you've really answered my next question as well in terms of what thinking and perhaps some of the strategies we need to adopt in order for us to progress as a people. I'm hearing you saying that we need to change our thinking.
Absolutely.
Patterns and some of the labels that we use. I'm hearing you saying, Imani, as well, that we need to accept responsibility for the realities and situations we find ourselves in. Okay, anybody want to add on to that before we move on?
For me, I think personally is to stop looking for leaders and take personal responsibility for the quality of your life to a certain extent.
Okay. All right, so let's move this on. Is there anyone in here who thinks that a particular ideology can be useful to solving our dilemma at this time? Or has some of the ideologies we've come through with, are they wasted?
I would say...
Is Garvey wasted?
I would say 150% Garveyism. I do believe today...
But he was for his time, wasn't he? He came in his time.
Yeah, but...
And he failed, so can we use this?
I'm saying, well, has he failed?
No, Garvey didn't fail. Garvey didn't fail.
No. Ankhobia, can I just say this?
The movement failed, whether we like it or not. Garvey himself says, if I could have been the Garvey I would have liked to have been, I would have been able to do blah, blah, blah. And he wasn't able to do it. So maybe fail's a strong word.
But
they didn't get to actualize some of those things.
I don't know, because I think, from a spiritual point of view,
I think blasphemy, haven't I?
I think sometimes we want to sort of, you know,
It's not just Garvey. There's King. There's Malcolm X. There's Elijah. There's a lot of other people.
But the thing is, right? These people came here for a particular time. They came to experience, to do what they needed to do, and then move on. So, as far as I'm concerned, if they died at 30, it's like a child, you know, dies at say 3-4 year old, and we say, you know, God take that child at a very no, that child came in to for a particular reason, so but people could learn.
This is what I'm saying, though. Given the fact you acknowledge that people come into the earth, is what you're saying. We're all born with a particular time frame in mind. So Garvey, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, all of these guys came for a particular period of time. Does it make sense, now that we're living in a different time, the 21st century, to continue forward ideologies that were created for that time?
I think those ideology, and, you know, I see around us, people have, you know, the book by Marcus Garvey, Philosophy. I've certainly learned a lot from that book. And, you know, I was at a funeral just recently, and I quoted from that book. There's stuff in there which is relevant right now. So certainly, I think, you know, in terms of, you know, what Garvey done then and what's written, he's left his work for us so we can go forward with that model, with that example, with that framework. Aspects of it. I mean, what I say here isn't absolute. Some of it you can take, some of it you'll think no good, I'll leave it. So as far as I'm concerned, there are aspects in there. Certainly that book is a very, very good book. So I think, you know,
this one as well. Didn't you write this, Imani?
Yeah.
It's called Marcus Garvey Remembered. It's a booklet, and it's excellent actually. Where can we get a copy of this? If we got to go to Kulunga.
Kulunga, yeah.
Yeah. So Korkesa, Kulunga. Where are they based now?
They're on I think it's
Beaches Road in West Bromwich.
Beaches Road in
West
Beaches
Bromwich,
Road, West Bromwich. Go to the Kulunga organisation and ask them for your copy of Marcus Garvey Remembered. It's more than a booklet. This is quite thick. It's actually put together by our guest today, Imani. Well done, thank you.
The relevance of past teaching, saying that like Garvey, who was just yesterday, isn't irrelevant, is like saying ancient.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm asking, is it?
Or it can't be used because it failed. It's like saying ancient Kemetic teaching would be a waste of time because it failed, and that's even further back, you know. And the Bible teachings have failed because I
understand what I'm saying. The ideologies I'm saying. Not we can take lessons from. But the ideologies back to Africa, race first, are these things that are relevant today?
Let me let Kwende answer. I need to think on that a little bit.
All right.
Yeah.
This notion that somehow the Garvey movement failed, and in fact any other progressive movement that we've had, but Garvey is really the most outstanding example that we've produced in this recent sojourn of our existence. And he said that people are familiar with the term "look for me in the whirlwind," "look for me in the storm." Yeah,
in the eye of the hurricane.
Right. Yeah. He said, "I will wait 200 years if need be to see the day of Africa's glory." Yeah, I will live in the physical or the spiritual to see that day. So it's not something that you can put to a particular period of time. Yeah.
The reality is that when Garvey died, those movements went.
No, the Garvey movement.
When Elijah Muhammad died, the Nation of Islam continued, and it's thriving.
Yes.
When Marcus Garvey died, when Omawali Malcolm X died, the OAU went.
The Garvey movement still exists today.
In a small, splintered manner. Not in the way like the Nation of Islam, where it's there thriving and you can call upon them to speak upon the affairs of black Muslims across the world.
The Garvey movement still exists. The UNIA is still in existence, and it was in recent years led by Marcus Garvey Jr. as the President General.
But it no longer has that.
The NOI, the Nation of Islam that you referred to, is a legacy of the Garvey movement. We still need to be
Then we can agree then. If you don't want to use the word failure, we don't use the word failure.
No, it's not. It's not about failures. That I'm referring to. It's just that so we can see how we have used our strength to be able to sustain.
Yeah, that's not the question. The question is there a particular ideology that we can use to help us in this day? You're saying quite clearly that Garveyism, Pan-Africanism, you're saying is the only ideology or one of the main ones?
Well, I certainly think if we have Garvey at the core of our activities, we'll go a long way.
Okay.
Obviously, I started that debate, so I agree with that totally. But I think what people need to be aware of as well is that, you know, when we think that Garvey's movement obviously didn't achieve exactly what Marcus Garvey intended in the beginning, what he actually set out to do was to, as he said, he was the forerunner of an awakened Africa that would never go back to sleep. There's things like that where Garvey says, where he was fully aware that he may not be the person who will lead us to that glory, but he only wanted, or he only tried to begin a process that we would be able to be a nation to create such leaders. He never actually started to be the leader. He had to take that role on because he couldn't find adequate leadership out there. So in this day and age, I'm saying that personally, we went through a period of slavery or African Holocaust, and I mention this all the time. There was a process that was instigated against us called the seasoning process or the breaking process, and that was wholesale. So I think that we need to have an approach to kind of like combat or rectify the seasoning process on a wholesale collective kind of like standpoint. And I think it's only Marcus Garvey who began that process that other people have fed from his initial ideology and then added things to it that today have not been as fruitful or
so you
not
don't
been
think there's any movements that's come out of whether it's Islam, Rastafarianism or Christianity that can help us today?
Most of the movements that you're talking about there came from the Garvey source in the first place. So the founding fathers of Rastafari were Garveyites. Elijah Muhammad was a corporal in the UNIA.
But the ideas that they have developed individually away from the UNIA,
could I just say this?
Is there anything in those ideas, anything we can learn from King and Malcolm X and these sorts of people away from what the UNIA stood for?
Certainly all of the experiences of all of those movements we can look at and pull the best from. I don't see a problem with doing that. We don't have an exclusive experience, and you know, it just so happens that Garvey fed a lot of what happened after that. You know, we can still draw from our entire experience.
The spectrum, so we can take from the different.
Yes. But there's not one complete ideology that we can say, yep, gift wrap package, this is it.
I don't think.
No, but they are saying that. Kwende and Imani are saying that.
Oh, Garvey's package is gift wrapped.
Well, what I'm saying today, personally myself, I don't know what other people think about this particular subject, but I just say many of the organizations that presently exist today have actually came out of the UNIA or Garvey experience. Now, from my observation of what Garvey was trying to achieve and the doctrines within Garvey's organization and measuring them against the doctrines in all the different organization that came from Garvey, we must acknowledge that when Garvey was on this earth, many of the founders of these organizations, you know, Garvey was not 100% wholesale, you know, adhering to their principles. So they took things from Garvey's organization, but they also had their own things to add to it. And that's the things that we have today. But I would just like to say that many of the fundamental things within Garvey's movement is no longer manifest or evident in the people who came from him because they've took aspects of it. But certain core things are not there. And I think the one faith which I think as probably represents Garvey's ideology more than any other is Rastafarianism, and that is because, and it's not because they make Marcus Garvey a prophet, it's the ideology, black world consciousness, a black God.
So do you think that ideology of Rastafarianism,
but I think it needs to be put into context, because I'm saying they're taking it from Garvey, but then people have added things to it. For instance, within a Garvey consciousness, there is no racism, there is no animosity towards any other being on this planet. It is a total brotherhood of all men. But I'm saying other people have taken certain of Garvey's philosophy, then added onto it certain things. Let me just say Pan-Africanism as well. I've mentioned in the booklet, as you just mentioned, and Pan-Africanism really got an impetus 1945, and when they had the conference in Manchester. Two of the people there, Padmore and W. Du Bois, they was rivals to Marcus Garvey, as well as they respected certain of his theories and whatever after he passed away. But they're the ones who you could say really brought Pan-Africanism into the political scene. You understand? So not to wrong anybody, but there are certain things of God that they haven't carried with them, and this is why we have a problem today.
Okay. What is it when you look at black people today? What is it that you think we need at this time?
A unison, I think, a unison of mind in regards to a focus. And, you know, one of the issues, a major issue today is disunity. It has always been the issue, disunity. And you see, today I find a lot of people who are isolating themselves, even from their black culture. That some people say they're not dealing with no religion, them just deal with themselves, you understand, and so forth and whatever. That is a part of it, but we have to have something that we can collectively work towards. We haven't got a focus, we haven't got anything.
Have you found out what that is, what you think we need to work towards?
100%. That's what I think it is for us to redeem the continent of Africa. That's what I think the way forward is for the black people. I think that's the way forward for the whole entire planet, never just black people. That would solve the problem of the entire globe, you understand? If Africa was freed up and people wasn't able to manipulate the continent and its resources.
But it's not the same. We're going to get into another discussion if I got on that road, because you can say the whole world needs freed. It's not just
Africa. But I'm saying, but it's through the controlling of African resources in Africa. And because of the things that are available in Africa in regards to its mineral wealth that allow certain other nations to be controlled through lack of access to these things. You understand that has been the problem? If we, for instance...
what I'm saying is, if we're saying we're all one human race, like you said, fundamentally you believe in that one brotherhood, we're all one, then the whole world needs freeing. It's not just Africa. But maybe for you as an African man, as an Ethiopian, your particular interest is geared towards that continent, but everywhere needs freeing up.
What I mean, like, is, you know, the resources on Africa, if they was to be shared equally to humanity, the copper, the zinc, the diamonds, anything, any other resources in Africa, if they was to be controlled by righteous people and was able to distribute them to humanity on equal terms, then the whole world would be in a better position. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that Africa is key. The development of Africa is key to the fixing of the world problems, because a lot of the people in the world are relying on things that's coming out of Africa that other people outside of Africa have control on.
So anyway, but you do think primarily it's a unity we need, and you think the focus is Africa.
We need to reclaim our land in Africa.
Dave, what is it that black people need at this time? What do you think we need?
What do we need? I think certainly direction, and again a bit of unity you've mentioned, because I think, you know, everyone or a lot of people are thinking, well, it's just me one by myself, I'm doing my own thing, and there appears to be a lack of planning and organizing. And I think any black person you're approaching, you know, what's your plan for next 5-10 years? They don't even know what they're doing next year, let alone for the next 5 or 10 years. So I think certainly in terms of going forward, you know, there certainly need to be some sort of planning, some sort of structure, and I don't think we have that at this present moment.
Kwende?
I think there needs to be a reawakening of our people. Education is key to that process, and
what do you mean when you say reawakening?
A reawakening to who and what we are, our reality, our experience, our heritage, and the whole range of stuff that we've even discussed today. And certainly key to that is knowledge of our history and heritage. And by that I mean an approach that is what I would call Sankofa style. So learning from where we've come so that we can understand our present, and then can project where we go, so we're not making the same mistakes over and over again, or indeed go in the wrong direction.
Okay, thank you. Rema?
Righteousness. What do we need? Righteousness. To know what it is, to think it, and to practice it in every single thing that we do or choose to participate in.
Okay. Do you think that there is any particular group of black people, or even any individuals, that clearly demonstrate what it is the group wants? What is it that we want as a people?
My answer to that is no.
I think that what we have today is numerous groups with various aspects that we need in a collective to move forward. So maybe it may be about bringing a collective of groups together to, you know, utilize, you know, because everybody's got something to offer. So I'm not going to say no blatantly. They may not have the whole package, but the individual groups do have something to offer.
Kwende, I see you nodding your head.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what he said there. There are people and various groups, organizations that are around that actually work, and I've seen some of this firsthand, night and day to address these very things that we're discussing right here now. Whether they're right totally or partly right will depend on where you stand in that analysis.
Yeah.
What I would say as an approach, it might be worth just seeing what's out there and aligning yourself, if not becoming like a full member or whatever, but just aligning yourself with a particular group or network of people that are actually engaged in the betterment of our people, so that you can help that effort. And if you don't see it, then do what you can. You know, do what you can. And it might be you do some studies. It might be that you teach your children. It might be that you set up a group of your own. Yeah. Whatever it happens to be, then, you know, make that effort and make that step to affect change.
On a level.
I love to see my people living in love. I hate to see them fighting and swimming in blood. Enough neglect the farming, scarring in the mud. Yet they wanna be the first to reap the food as it bud. Oh, them fill the earth with peace and church and whorehouse. Love the rum bar, yet them hate the pure house. Them take the microchip and override go pour out. Less food, more drought and more mouth. Oh, Rasta tell them all the while. Stop war and go till the soil. Stop fighting for land and oil. Feed the coil, so many go defile. Slave master spit in on them face, them take that with a smile. The banks of the Nile, so my land so fertile. Acres more than a zillion mile. People acting vile, pick up cannibal style. One devour mama, papa and child. Oh, sow life seed and let it bust her. Them said them think they take too long to grow and start to cuss her. I couldn't trust them and those as how I trust her. Such is life, them say I just heard. I see Kasha Heights, where them call it squatter land. Some say fi government, some say fi mataland. Still no one.
But do you really think that black leadership itself, whether it's religious leadership, political leadership, social leadership, do you think that they understand what it is that black people value today? Do you think that they appeal to our common interest?
If we have truly African leadership, then that will be a different discussion. And certainly we've talked about some of the great African leaders we've produced in the past, like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X and so on. You know, if we don't see that now, obviously in front of our eyes, then our task is to produce it.
This is kind of a difficult question because I'm asking you as individuals, and maybe this is something that needs to be put towards more organisations and groups who are doing things to better black people today. You guys are part of organisations as such. But how do we get to a point where we set the standards that reflect the will of the majority? Because oftentimes what I find when looking at history is that people, they're kind of prescribed to, so you must do this and you must do that. It isn't often in alignment with what the people really want. That's why sometimes when we set up things, they fail, then we blame black people. And we say, oh, black people don't want to do this and they want to learn the history, they don't want to do that. It isn't that. It's just that what we're creating isn't in alignment with what they want and what they truly value. But how do we get to set standards that reflect them?
Well, I personally believe myself personally in my journey over the years. I get involved with all organisations. You know, every group that, you know, are trying to obviously better our circumstances, I will get involved with them and so forth. But I think that where we're at a loss is if we try to recreate or create something new at this late stage in the game. There are no people on this planet who are not working from some form of a blueprint left to them by people who came in the past. If you look at the British educational system, every single system that they got in England, there are things, precedents laid down in the past that they are today working from. The whole legal system is based upon the Magna Carta that was how many hundreds of years ago. So I'm saying every single group on the planet are actually working from some structure that was put in place. And over the years, what happens is the groups who affiliate or have a consensus to this particular set of legislation or rules or whatever, they adapt it as they go through because time changes, so they adapt it to suit the time. Now what I'm saying that we personally as a people have not got a structure or that we've all have a consensus to say that this is a structure. Now let us come together and adapt this structure, you understand, to suit our current days. And this is where we're failing, because all the different groups are trying to set up completely new structures and so forth. So that's why I say Marcus Garvey's structure that he put in place, which is the UNIA, not to say we're going to follow that wholesale, but it presents to us a structure that could be adapted for now, you understand? And then we could have a consensus to say that yes, that's a viable structure, but we need to come together as a group to adapt it. And also I'd just like to
and to perhaps allow all kinds of Africans, no matter how they exist, as Christians, Rastas, no matter what their different beliefs, they can exist under that umbrella.
And I'd just like to say as well, because a lot of people are probably not aware of the much controversy between His Majesty and Marcus Garvey and the EWF, which is also a very valid organization with structures in place to bring about a universal collective consensus. So there are organizations,
EWF, the Ethiopian
World Federation. So there are organizations that do exist that probably we need to look more into and see how the different groups can probably facilitate a program through one of the international organizations and that exists. So this is what I'm saying, rather than trying to recreate the whole wheel at this point in time, I think that would be very, very detrimental. I don't think we have the time to do that. I think we need to reflect what works, let's use it. What doesn't work, let's put it aside. Whether it Malcolm X, everybody said things, some of the things are positive, some are negative. We have to take.
Church at the moment, though, is the reality is that they really are setting the agenda. Whether it's here, America, the Caribbean, Africa, it's the church is moving the agenda forward.
And could I just say that within my understanding of Marcus Garvey's rhetoric, Marcus Garvey's legacy has much, much to offer the black church universally.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
Christian community, they have been ostracized from the Pan-African struggle.
Oh, every community has.
No, even Rasta, even Rasta. But I'm saying that, like the Nation of Islam, because they've got a black nationalistic Muslim group, they're still in the Pan-African struggle as such. But I can't think of no Christian group who is actively in the Pan-African struggle. They've been alienated. You understand?
Yeah, definitely.
And a lot of money and a lot of resources are in that community. This is what Garvey says. Garvey says this.
He's a Christian himself.
100%.
That's the thing about it. Garvey was a Christian himself.
It's Christians, Pan-Africanism. People read the books and they take from it what they want. That's why I'm saying to you, it's about what you're taking. It's not about Garvey, because Garvey take it from somewhere as well. You understand? It's about who's drawing it in. Garvey drew it for his time. People like you now draw it for your time. Because if it's that, what people do is end up running after Garvey and not looking at the truth. You understand?
What I'm saying, listen to this, is very fundamental. You see, Christianity started by Christ, yes, we all accept that. But from that time, we've had different people who've interpreted Christianity, Paul, Timothy, and all the rest of it. Garvey 100% has an interpretation of Christianity for black people. It's in his literature. You understand? I'm saying the Christians don't have no idea that Garvey's got anything to do with Christianity. You go to a Christian person's house and they'll have Martin Luther King on the wall, but they won't have Marcus Garvey.
Well, society has told them that Garvey is too much of a terrorist, isn't
But it's because that they don't realise that Garvey is as much Christian as Martin Luther King.
If not more so.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying? So Garvey says, Garvey says this. Garvey says, our standard is righteousness.
Yeah.
And everything that is not righteousness, we have no respect
for.
I
mean that, you say.
He says God is our
ruler
and Jesus Christ our standard bearer. 100%.
Yeah,
you can't go around that. You understand? Yeah. But we have to put into context. Garvey says Jesus Christ as a concept, if he never existed, would still have been a great assumption. You understand?
You know what they say when if Jesus was around, that they would fight against Jesus. Trust me, if Garvey was around, they would fight against Garvey.
Of course it would.
They would fight against Garvey.
I put a booklet together now called The Gospel According to Garvey. Well, I've analysed Garvey's advice in regards to the Holy Spirit, Christianity, Jesus, the Bible, all of it, and I've put it into one booklet for my own research.
Okay, lovely.
That information needs to be out there. Christians need to have that book to show them that the Christianity that they're practicing is not in line with the original teachings of Christ. Garvey follows Christ to the letter as well as His Majesty does as well. You get me? So I'm saying that for the Christian congregation, which you know, I know, and anybody with the right mind knows that they have got the greatest resource, both financially, economically, and unity-wise on the planet. And the Pan-African struggle is not using it. I did a meeting, we're sitting there, we were having a conversation, and the Christians had never come to the meeting. So I said, we can't exclude the Christians because the Christians have, contributed a lot. And another man says, what have they contributed? About Punk Vocals, Sam Sharp, Eric, to me, there's loads of them who I can mention who are Christians. You get me? Marcus Garvey, His Majesty, and I said, Marcus Garvey's not a Christian. So think about this, Ankhobia. Think about this in Ankhobia. Think about this. We've been taught, and everybody spreads Garvey's political views. Yes, we're well aware of that in the world. Now tell me this now. Obviously, it is a fundamental fact that Garvey's spiritual and religious views have not been made available to the masses.
Definitely
because
not.
the masses do not know what Garvey is. And this is the reason why, because the people who have took control of Garvey's legacy are no longer Christians.
Yeah, man, they've hijacked Garvey.
So they hijacked Garvey, but they take it away from its original context, you understand?
Yeah.
Somebody says to me the other day,
And they made the name worse because the main society won't adhere to what they're promoting. So, and because they attach Garvey to them, they discard Garvey.
And then many people don't follow Garvey.
Any final point, Dave, you'd like to make?
Overall point. I think key for me, and it's one of the things we've discussed, we spent quite a bit of time discussing, is the idea of, I'm not keen on the word spirituality because I think it means different things for different people. And I'm not going to define what it means for me at this particular juncture. But what I would say, I think having and realizing that there is a greater source than me here, and having a connection, a relationship with that connection, with that source, because this is just a vehicle for me to experience what I need to experience in this dimension. Once this structure, this vehicle, call it what you will, this earth suit or whatever, once that dies, it'll go back. And again, I don't believe or subscribe to the idea of death, and even Garvey says that in his book. It's just a vehicle so we can manifest or experience certain things here. There is no single life in this form. We're just experiencing, it's just one circle. But what I would say is, in terms of going forward for me, is actually having some relationship or connection with the creator. Once you've got that, you can't go wrong.
Thank you very much.
And that's the final point I'd like to make.
What I was going to say, you have to have a consensus amongst the people as to what that creator represents and who that creator is.
Why do you have to have a consensus?
Because everybody views these things in different ways.
But they're entitled to their view. That's the whole point.
But that's my point from earlier on, that the Ethiopian African has a completely different conception of his creator than other people.
But I think you make sorry, I got the point back out what I was gonna make in terms of returning back to ancient records, because therein lies the answers. And even Europeans are beginning to recognize and realize that. They won't tell you and I that, but they're beginning, when you read their books, their ancient books, and some of their recent books now, because even things like The Secret and so forth.
Louise Hay, all of them.
My argument is, I haven't read them per se, but I've heard from people who have read them, and I said, no, I haven't read them, because tell me something, not to sound arrogant, but tell me something I didn't know, because they're simply just regurgitating what has been said in a different form, and they sell it back to us when really it's the essence of who we are.
Well, it's written on the stones in
Exactly.
It's not written on paper.
One of the things that they kind of deceive us with a lot as black people is the fact that this one God issue. We are given a perception that we in Africa never had one God, and this one God had to be brought to us by all these different religions. Now I'm saying it's a lie, but I'm saying we need evidence to prove otherwise, you understand? Because that's what we've been told. Marcus Garvey says one God, one aim, one destiny. That's first. That's something, an umbrella. Now, when you go back in ancient Egyptian, ancient Ethiopian dialogue, you can find God is one and alone, none exists with it. You understand? So that is a link between a person here today putting forward a consensus for us to have one God, one aim, one destiny. Call the God what you will, but we have one God, one aim, one destiny. You understand? We can then link that one God concept, not to Christianity or to Judaism or to, we can link that back to ancient Kemet and every single African society. And there is a one God, which most people are not aware of. The majority of black people in the diaspora are not aware, in the simplest thing, that every African person from pre-dynastic times believed in one supreme creator. That is important.
And can I just make one point? Anyone who wants to come with the idea, what you're saying insofar as Africans or even Kemites, they had many gods, which is polytheism, is totally wrong. They talked about aspects of natures, which is aspect of God. It's not the God. There is a greater source.
Can I just say something as well, Dave? Because I know you have to go. In terms of you touched upon the point of why go and read the books by the Louise L. Hayes and all of these other sorts of people. The reason why people do that is because the reality is, even though we talk about this spirituality and our ancestors having it, we focus more on the politics, and these books to give our people that spiritual direction and knowledge isn't being written by us, it's being penned by Europeans.
Well, I'm working on something, so it's just a matter of time. But I seriously got
Thank you ever so much for coming onto the show. Take care.
All right, sweetheart. Really nice to meet you, Dad. Yeah, bless her. I think my answer to that is, personally, I think I don't care who delivers the knowledge to us. You understand? So long as I get that knowledge, so long as I get that truth, so long as people get that truth, then whoever teeth it and this doesn't matter to me. So long as that truth comes, because that's what I want. Me and Father God. I don't care all the connection, whatever else come in between for make that happen. I could have devil himself come teach me about God. You understand? So long as me I learn, I'm happy with that learning. You get me? When I look on the package or the messenger, I want to know about the message. But that was just in response.
Okay. Let's get back to the point that we was talking about is how do we set standards that reflect the will of the majority? You kind of came up with an answer for
what
that.
I'm saying is one God, one aim, one destiny. That is a standpoint, and it worked. Why not use the same one?
That reflects where generally we as a people want to move
we want to be. And at that time, you had people of all different religions, all different makeups. They all followed the one God, one aim, one destiny, didn't they? And there was Christians, there was Muslims, there was Jews, there was all different things.
Yes.
But they was able to come underneath that banner. And we need to have a spiritual unison to go forward. So
what was the aim again?
Yeah, God's aim was that we would begin to view things through our own spectacles. Most importantly is our creator in it. That's what he wanted us to do, to start to see God through our own spectacles, and then we would know the relationship that we have with our God. And as I'm saying, he said one God, one aim, one destiny. You understand?
And the destiny you're saying was the liberation of Africa.
The destiny is for the whole world to be free, obviously, but it's on our journey. The one God is our supreme intelligence. The destiny is our destiny, you understand, to fulfill what has been set for us to do in this earth, you understand, and our aim is to achieve that. So, but we will never do that unless we know who we are, who that one God is, because obviously we've not been taught that, because we've been taught that in our continent, they don't know one God. So when God is saying that, what is he referring to? There is a history, there is a heritage of the one God philosophy and how we interact with that one God philosophy from the beginning. So I'm saying that by using that today, we can then relate that back to ancient history.
I was quite surprised when I was reading Garvey's book, African Philosophy, and how much detail he went into to describe his concept of God and universal spirit and things like that. Great detail.
I'm here, say, bless thy people, save thine inheritance and feed them and lift them up. I'm here, bless black people. I don't know, it's pressure, voice of the ghetto. Hear me now, done, it's pressure. My people be free cause the world is yours, and take control of your life, of course. Can't be held down by no evil force. Who the most I bless, no wizard can curse. Knowledge is the key, then the world is yours, and take control of yourself, of course. Can't be held down by no evil force. Who the most I bless, no man curse. With all that Jah created, why can't we just live as one? There's food and clothes and shelter to spread amongst the people and the land. With loyalty and humbleness, you shall inherit the earth. Know your purpose in creation and do your part. Make an effort, my people, be free cause the world is yours, and take control of your life, of course. Can't be held down by no evil force. Who the most I bless, no wizard can curse. Knowledge is the key, then the world is yours, and take control of yourself, of course. Can't be held down by no evil force. Who the most I bless, no man curse. False rulers of the earth at war for power and domain, and the cost of living gets so high, the poor and needy can't sustain. Let righteousness exalt and harmony flow through every heart, with love and blessings flowing through your reward. Can't come up short, my people, be free cause the world is yours, and take control of life, of course, can't be held down by no evil force. So the most I bless, no wizard can curse. Knowledge is the key, then the world is yours, and take control of yourself, of course, can't be held down by no evil force. So the most I bless, no man can curse. Yeah, you know, it's all for the people, the love of the people. My people, be free, cause the world is yours, and take control of your life, of course, can't be held down by no evil force. So the most I bless, no wizard can curse. Knowledge is the key, then the world is yours, and take control.
Okay, it's the last point. So we've covered a lot. This is the On a Level Talk Show. If you do want to feedback on any of the issues you've heard today, then you can send me an email. It's Ankhobia, ANKHOBIA, @hotmail.co.uk, or you can link me on Facebook as well. Before we summarize, what are some of the benefits that we can associate with the lessons that we've all learned from history as a people? What are some of the benefits, so that people are clear as they listen to this, that there are benefits to be learned from history? History is not something you just toss to the side, that we haven't got to look at the last 500 years, for example, as a period of shame and denigration. So we refuse to, I don't want to learn about slavery, and I don't want to learn about that. What are some of the benefits of the lessons to learn, the benefits that we can learn? Yeah.
Well, certainly history gives us a guide and a map to light the way of the future. And we need to not just know in terms of our history names and dates, full stop. We need to analyze what it is that we're looking at. So if we look at aspects of our history that are more recent in terms of Marcus Garvey or Malcolm X, then look at what the strengths were. Look at what the context of their operation was, and how to better progress that if that's your intention. If you're looking at ancient Kemet or any of the grand African civilizations of Africa, whether it's ancient Ghana, whether it's Monomotapa, then assess what it is that gave people in that region power and strength, and draw from it, learn from it, and what then transpired and how that could be avoided if these nations succumbed to adverse conditions. So it's really about not just knowing that these things existed, but going into the realms of looking at how, why, and putting those lessons into a modern context for now. That's not an easy task to do, but there are some serious works out there that you can get hold of that will help that process. There are courses that are run regularly, workshops that are run regularly. There are DVDs, films, even songs now that chart some of that historical analysis and how that can work for you. Look at the works of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I thoroughly recommend the course of African philosophy, which is a small book. It's not very difficult to read, but it's very instructional, and it will give you blow by blow account of what Garvey had expected from his own leadership. And that is a good basis to then develop a framework to really take our people and yourself, if it's just you reading it, to another level. And that's really where I think it ought to be.
Thank you, Brother Kwende, for coming onto the show. Really appreciate it.
give thanks, sis, and I hope that you got the fruit you intended from the session, and the listeners out there are able to draw some very positive things that they can use from what we've discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, the hot seat now. Alright, nice talking to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, in regards to the lessons that we've learned and so forth, again, I will go back to
the benefits.
In terms of the benefits. Again, I will say that, Brother Kwende just mentioned about the course of African philosophy, which is also called The Message to the People. Now, from that book, there are many different things that Garvey advises us, not just the leadership, but the people, or what the leadership should supposed to be teaching to the people of how we should obviously better ourselves. And I would say that a lot of the things that we could have learned or should have learned, we haven't learned. And some of the fundamental things are, for instance, Garvey says, never ever criticize another person's religion. That's what he told his leaders. When you go out into the community, never ever criticize another person's religion. Anybody who thinks that by criticizing somebody's religion, you're helping the movement, you're doing worse damage to it. That's what he says. Another one is how we operate in society. These are practical things. When people learn about history, people are learning about things that's happened in the past and so forth. But what we need today, we need advice, practical experiences, practical advice that we can use to better ourselves in society today. And I think what people are seeing is that a lot of the dogma that is coming from the, so-called black movement, it doesn't seem to benefit us in society. So this is why a lot of people
put us on the fringes of society.
You get me? Yeah. Rather than, enabling us to play a full and active role in society. Yeah. And again, I think that's totally contradictory to what Marcus Garvey teaches us. Marcus Garvey taught us that we must go into society. We must know everybody in politics, everybody in this, we must buy properties, we must vote, we must do everything in order to be functionally independent in society, but still for our own benefit. Now, I'm saying there's very few so-called Pan-Africanist, Rastafarian or black nationalist groups who have that ideology or teaching that practical kind of solution to our problem, which is as I started with, to be the most honest, the most humble, the most, truthful people in society, and at the same time maintain your integrity and be African or so forth. That doesn't mean selling our self short. So that's what I'm saying. So to me, I think that what we lack is a true understanding of what our fight back, if you want to call it fight back, should be. It should not be based upon attack. It's supposed to be totally positive point of view of our place in creation, which is in Garvey's literature. That's what it says. Don't think negative. Don't have hatred in your heart. Hatred destroys you. All these things that Garvey advises us, we do the complete opposite. And then wonder why we're in this situation. It's clear. For me, it's clear.
You're very refreshing.
This is from my own experience. From my own experience, my own personal experience, I have followed Garvey to the letter. To the letter. And I've took a road, and when I'm following Garvey, I notice that most people are not taking this road. In the town that I come from, I know every mayor for the past 10 years, every councillor, everything in my community that has power to make changes in my community. I have personal relationships with them. So when I've got an issue, I can phone them direct. That's what Garvey told us that we should do. Now, most people would say that, the sellout, we are dealing with the system. But that's foolishness. If you don't deal with people who's got power and you've got no power, how are you going to make change in your community? So we're trying to make change, and we're following ideologies that's actually tying our hands. Abstain from education, abstain from politics, abstain. That's what
don't
people
get involved in.
Don't get involved. How are we going to change our situation? Where I'm saying that Marcus Garvey, the book that the brother just mentioned, totally demolishes any idea that we can operate independently in a society. Garvey teaches us the practical ways of developing ourselves in a society, and that is what we need right now today. We need to know that as black people, we can remain black and still be active and positive and progressive in this society. Obviously, we're going to have to help to build. We'll have to help to build the society that we're in, because our development, our progress is beneficial to them. Right. But as long as we have in our head that we have a greater agenda, which is probably outside of the confines that we're in because of our circumstances, then you understand. But
and what's wrong with benefiting somebody else as well? There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, you've got to.
That's life.
If you're in that situation, I mean, Garvey says, for instance, this is cited in the book as well. I mean, there's numerous amount of things, but one of the key things is what we can analyze for ourselves. Garvey says that we must not at no time be associated with antisocial behavior, people who are antisocial, riotous people. He says we shouldn't be involved in those things, because those things will have a negative impact on us and on our position in the community. And we see from the riots in the 80s, as well as it was warranted and we was oppressed, the effects of that have damaged black consciousness or the spread of it in the country. Brixton, all these places that used to be centers of consciousness, after the riots, they become havens of crime, and because of the hatred that people are teaching to us, it's fueling the crime within our own communities. Whereas Garvey's saying, listen, forget about all hatred, all animosity. What we should be doing, stop fighting against and fight for yourself, fight for rights. It's all about us. There's no outside. You don't think about what's happening outside only when it's affecting you, and then what you're thinking about is what do you do in order to affect that. So I think that by keep on criticizing other people and blaming other, I think personally myself, I think it's a cop out, so we don't have to do anything. We can all say, well, it's them. It's them all the time. Well, Garvey, in that book that Kwende just mentioned, shows us completely that all of our problems lay in our inability to act as human beings, to act as free people, because we've been indoctrinated to think that we're slaves. It's a mental thing. So to get away from that, we have to reclaim who we are as free people. And then what does that mean? If we reclaim ourselves as free people, going back to what I originally said in the beginning of the debate, we are blameless Ethiopians. We have to have a certain type of characteristics when we're living, and that is contradictory right now to most people's philosophy. People are saying we need to be more aggressive, we need to be less hospitable, we need to be less compassionate, because they're saying that is the reason why we're in the problem, and it's not. In order for us to be who we are, we have to be more of these things, and whenever we're not these things, it's proof that we are enslaved, because before we was these things.
Love that.
Well, I think that Garvey has give us the actual methodology to achieve that real life, and I can prove it, because I'm telling you, in my hometown, the government loves me, everybody loves me, and all I talk about is black history, and that's all I talk about. You understand? And they don't find me aggressive, or they don't find me offensive. I tell them that in order for us to develop society as what we've inherited, black people need to have certain kind of assistance. You understand? You need to be aware of what our issues are. The people who are representing us may not always want to, bring these issues to you, but I do. Yeah, slavery is a major issue. The legacies of slavery is a major issue. You need to acknowledge that in your society, but it's not fighting against them, and you won't get nowhere like that. And that's what I've found, and that's taken from Garvey. I don't know many other people who take that point of view, but I've taken it. It works. It's successful. You understand? You are able to make certain kind of headway in your community, because that's what we're all supposed to be doing, looking at, because you can't change the whole world, but you have to start changing your community first and make yourself be represented. Now, what are you representing yourself? And that is the question. Are you a free slave, or are you an Ethiopian? Are you a person of
blameless
Ethiopian? A person of dignity. Yeah, blameless Ethiopian. Love that speech. You read enough speech today that I really love. I think Imani, he said everything, that I want to say. And I've got to give you some respect, Imani, is that many people read Garvey's teaching. Many people read the Bible. Many people read good works. So I still have to bring it back to you yourself, because I've read things in Garvey that I don't necessarily agree with, but the energy and the essence of what you take from it, I think you're spot on online, and I think to develop your type of thinking, this is the type of thinking that I think is going to take us forward.
The mic.
Sorry. So in everything I agree with you, but I think whilst we give Garvey respect for what he did, the only thing for me would be to humanize Garvey within the context of everything that you're saying, in that it doesn't become another Jesus or another Selassie or another, and then when somebody reads it, they get angry because they say, well, then Garvey did this and Garvey did that, which was human behavior, and it becomes more than a human. But do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not devaluing anything.
No.
I think Imani has got the right energy for today. And the right attitude for today. You've got a certain energy that is an energy that belongs to you. That's why you've picked from Garvey the things that are actually relevant today. So having that template of Garvey is good, but I think the only thing is not to make him into a god. You know what I mean?
I think why he's taken from Garvey, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, when I first heard about you, it was called Lickshot. Lickshot. And was you involved in gangs when you were younger?
100%.
Yeah, and guns and stuff. And we were talking. And so Garvey was someone who enabled you as a gangster growing up to just totally change that behavior and lifestyle. And turn your life around.
That's very important, because it's for today as well, we must look at. And in regards to Marcus Garvey, for me, why I took Marcus Garvey as my kind of like advisor or mentor is because to me Garvey represents achievement. You understand? Whether he declined or whatever, he was successful and so forth.
Very successful.
And that was the main thing that obviously pulled me to Marcus Garvey. But as a person on the street, if you call the name Lickshot on the road, you have people all over the Midlands who know Lickshot when I was on the road. You understand? No religion wasn't saving me. You understand? Because I gotta say what I say. I was a professional black man, and I wanted to be a professional black man, not a black professional. I knew from I was young I was going to be a professional black man, that means I'm going to have the gold, the cars and everything. I'd made that decision, you understand, clearly, and everybody knew it. And I didn't hide it. So people was expecting that kind of life for Lickshot to live. So when I changed, right, and when I started to look at how I changed, it was simply because I realized, I don't know if you've ever read the other book that I have done. It's called The Legacy of the Descendant of a Slave, where I trace back my ancestry to myself personally and actually analyze, as I did in this book, the transition through the crime element in my life. And I totally 100% believed at the time that I was fighting a rebellion, a cause, 100% believed it. And my heart was in it 150%. And I would have done anything and thinking that, that was, a right thing to do. And it wasn't until I realized that the right thing to do is to help to solve our situation, and for that you need a solution. You got to have a solution to the problem, and it's only Marcus Garvey through I've read everybody, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Frederick Douglass. I've read the whole spectrum of our leaders, but as a solution to our problem and to my personal problem was that I wanted things. Why shouldn't I have things? You understand? Why should I have things?
I think for people, it's always going to be different in that. There was a man on the station last week, and he came all the way from America. And he was talking about how some of the prime ministers and presidents in Africa have been called upon him to go and speak to them. And he was a big-time gangster in America, but he says if it wasn't for Jesus, he never would have had, a change in his life. He would have just continued killing and murdering people. So I think it's... Whatever it is that we're using, it's pushing us towards a sense of excellence, and it's allowing us to develop and help our people to be the best that we can be. Because if we start going down the road of, you mustn't be this religion, you mustn't be that, it just creates division and hatred, and it makes no sense. We want the best from whatever philosophy that we have. We need to examine those philosophies by all means. If they don't, well, shut them away. But by all means, we need to find the best in those philosophies that we have that can enable us to function and thrive in this world, 21st century,
in
right
this
here,
society,
right now.
right. But this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Ankhobia, is that Garvey's philosophy offers us that. No other philosophy out there. I've studied them. I've been to all the different black groups. I've been to all of them. I'm sitting down in the meetings and I'm hearing things, negative things. I'm thinking, that cannot work in society. I'm a person who works within society.
And I like what you're saying, because what you're dealing with is you're being proactive, whereas some people are saying Babylon's not going to work, fire upon Babylon, nothing in Babylon can prosper and can work. You lose so much people because they're like, what the hell are you on about? What are you on about?
It's not reality.
And when you get to Africa, there's one big reality that hits you. That's
wow. That they've got the same system and you got to do the same thing there as what you're running away from here.
But what we don't want to forget, we never want to forget, is that this is our experience. This is where we are at. A lot of the rhetoric that I hear from our groups, to me, are like hopes. They're not aspirations and visions, they're hopes, what they would like to see happening. And that's why they haven't got no plans in place to make these things happen. So this is why we need solutions that we can look back and say, well, that achieved a certain amount, and we can bring that to the table. If people are hungry and everybody's got food and you all bring your food to the one table and eat, then you can feed more people, rather than you in your little corner feeding the little that you can feed. That's what we need to do, and we don't do it. And it's because I think, Ankhobia, personally, and I've been saying this for over 15 years, that it all goes back to after Garvey passed and the defragmentation of Garvey's movement, understand, into different pockets of the world. And you'll find that all the different groups that exist today, we mentioned Malcolm X, Martin Luther King in the booklet that I've produced, Kwame, all of these different people I've showed and proven evidence of their own statements that says that Marcus Garvey is one of their main influences. So we have to give them credit as well for what they did. But what were they drawing from? They're drawing from a source. Many people have come after us, drawn from a source. And look what they've done. Look what they've created. And we're here talking about Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all these different people. And they're telling us we draw from this source. Now we're
one of the sources.
Or one of the sources. But I'm saying that we're here now and we have the opportunity to draw from this source. We have the same opportunity to draw from the same source as what they're drawing from, but interpret it for ourselves in this day.
This time.
Practically on this earth, you understand? As I see it personally myself, the whole game from start to finish is that people came into Africa. What was the purpose? It is to turn us from who we were to who they want to be. You understand? Now, as we've already mentioned, who we were was a pious, humble, truthworthy, honest people, and there's thousands of years of evidence for that. So today we are seeing, or we actually portraying ourselves as being probably the most criminal, the most corruptive and so forth. This is not us. This is not who we were. So obviously the game that they're playing is being successful, because we are not who we were, and we are what we have become. So for me personally, in order for me to truly be free, I have to be doing what I was doing before they came to Africa. I cannot be doing what they've taught me that proves my enslavement. So for me to be in a society and still practice truth, love, and all these things, with all these things against me, is proof that I'm an Ethiopian, testimony that I'm an Ethiopian.
And also as well, it shows you your relationship with your creator, that nothing can break that.
Nothing at all. 100%. My God. And this is the difference. Marcus Garvey said, it is true that white people see God through their own spectacles. The Asian man chooses to see God through his own spectacle. Obviously, we know that God has no color. But since it is only natural that people see things through their own spectacles, and we have only now started, late though it may be, to see our God through our own spectacle. But let that God remain for us. The God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God. That's what Garvey says, you understand? So that's what I believe in. I believe in. This is my God, you understand? My God is an Ethiopian God that can conceive through my eyes, and there is no illusion. I have to live an exemplary life. If I follow my history, I have to live an exemplary life. So when a person from another nation looks and says me, what do they say? They say, that is a blameless Ethiopian. They will go into their own scriptures and look in their own Sanskrits, in their own Divas, in their own Quran, in their Bible, and see that these Ethiopians was blameless then, in those days, you understand? And then they will recognize who we are, you understand? Garvey said our situation can change overnight. Once we realize who we are, our situation will change overnight.
Because to me, the way I see it, Imani, is just a game. You get me? The only reality is Father God. That's a reality. So, okay, Father God, you exist, you make me exist, and you put me in this game. So I have to remember and say, that's the real thing. This is a game. So then if you decide that today the game is slavery, which I know our people did, today the game was slavery, then that's, yes, Master, you're great, Master, you're wonderful, Master, because I play the game to survive. You understand? And then another time, we're coming into now where you've got politicians, where you've got global this and global that. So the game changed again. So if we don't adapt our mindset to the reality of that game, whilst maintaining that link to say this is a pawn, me put you in this game as a queen or a king. So if you're going out like a damn idiot, you're out of the, you got no class in the game. You got no play in this game. The white people's system of democracy is a righteous system. But how it's implemented is what's wrong. So, but if we fight within the system of democracy, for democracy, we'll still get to our goal, you know. Because democracy in itself is not the problem. It's how it's manipulated, and because we don't pay it any attention, it's taken advantage of. But like I said, we're too busy shooting the messenger and not looking at the messenger, because most people don't know what the white man system is. It's just, we hit the white man, but they don't know any of the systems that he's got in place, and any of the, you know, he's got systems of laws and governance. You're not just going to overturn all of those things and then go and reinvent a whole new system of law. Again, a lot of it works, a lot of it, me glad for it. You get me?
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
I'm glad for
there
it.
is no doubt. There's no doubt. This is what I look at. One of my favourite stories, not one of my favourite, but a very, very inspirational story for me back in history. You know, Aesop is a slave. The Ethiopian fables, that's what they actually are. They call him Aesop, but Aesop is Ethiopia, you understand?
Yeah.
So obviously it's recognised that he's an Ethiopian slave. He was in Greece at the time and so forth. Now anyway, he was in the slave market. And this is what I'm talking about, Ethiopian piety. He's in the slave market, right? And he's sitting there with a couple of his friends, and this I think it's either Greek or Arab man's come, and he's looked at him and he says to him, he looked at Aesop and he goes, if I purchase you, will you promise not to run away? You understand? And Aesop looks at him and he goes, would you buy a bird of prey, put it in a cage and leave the cage door open? You understand? And the master says no, and he goes, likewise, you can't expect a free soul, you understand, to see freedom and not take it. You better know it. You understand? So that's what he says. So anyway, so the man looks at him, and this is the fullness of our culture. This is the fullness, even as slaves. This is the fullness. So the master says to him, if I buy you, right? He goes, okay, I accept that. If I buy you, would you promise to be an honest, truthful, and humble person. And you know what Aesop said to him?
Of course.
He said, no, he said, I will be this, whether you buy me yes or no.
That's right.
You get me?
Right.
And that is who we are, you understand? Even in the deepest of slavery, we still maintain the integrity of who we are. Whether you buy me yes or no, this is who I am.
Yeah.
That's who I am, you understand?
You don't change me.
You don't change me.
That's why I'm saying with people when it comes to money these days, money don't change me. When me poor, me rich. And when me rich, me rich.
Yeah.
Cause the same thing, you get me?
Innit?
The paper now gonna make my status any different. It might give me more things, but who I am is who I am. If I'm a slave, I'm the same African. When I'm not a slave, I'm the same African.
Course.
So me not gonna get
Maintain
jump
that,
up.
man.
But I mean, really, the discussion today was originally intended to be around Pan-Africanism. But I wish it had gone. I think the conversation is just starting.
No, but
I want to really
Get me,
I
I feel like the conversation is just started.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
You're tuned to Ankhobia. This is Muta Baruka Ire.
To summarize, I think for me, we've got to shake off some of the baggage of the past and stop over glorifying ourselves with that past. Stop pampering ourselves that we were so great back then that now we shouldn't really be where we are. You know, great or not, enslaved or not, we are where we are at now. And this is a reality that we have to face up to. The past is dead like those who lived in it. So there's no point in keep going over that same thing over and over again. By all means, it's relevant to know where you're coming from, to know where you are right now. But the best way to know where you are right now is to look around at your reality. So what I'm trying to say is, let's stop, shake off some of that baggage about being oppressed. Everybody in this world is under some kind of pressure. We are not the only ones. Now, our numbers might be greater in some areas than others, but fundamentally, whether it be in schooling or in education or within the prison system, there are people from all races there who are suffering and are under some sort of, discontentment, that they're in there for the wrong reason. So for us to keep focusing too much on our race, although we know the fact that race is a part of it, but it's a race within terms of people's attitude. The people who are attackers because of race, they've developed their attitude over years, over thousands of years. That attitude is developed. So it's not going to just change overnight. The point is for us to recognize where we are and what we're going to do. We're in this system. I'm speaking now specifically of people who are living in England. You are living in England. So you have to face up to England and to Britain and to the British system and to see how are you going to achieve within this system. Once you keep on blaming and whinging and whining about the past, it's getting you stuck. And this is part of the reason why we're not progressing and we're not going forward. So what I'm trying to say to you is whether you're going to school or you're going to university or you're doing your business or you're going to work, whatever you do it with a standard of excellence, and don't be, feel the baggage of everything that's going on around you. Because half of you, who are complaining about oppression aren't even feeling the direct effect of it, but you're still complaining about it and not getting on with your life. So let's try and get on with our life and make the best of our circumstances. One thing I have learned about from our past is that every generation of our ancestors made the best of their circumstances. Like, in fact, it was you, Ankhobia, that was discussing the other day that when the slaves were on the plantation, part of what they was doing was planning how to escape, but the other part was partying, enjoying, getting on with life, honing their skills, developing themselves, seeing how they can progress. Because to just be sitting and looking to the past and dreaming of a future isn't going to get anybody anywhere. So what I'm saying right now, there's industry out there, there's commerce out there, there's politics out there. If you're not happy with the state schools that exist, then start up your own school. But if you know the reality is that you can't start up your own school, then you mothers and fathers, you have to take time and go to the school and make sure your children are getting a proper education, because there is a law that represents everybody here, and you have to use that law to represent you. The reason why some of our children suffer is because we ourselves neglect them and leave them to the system and leave them for the system to get on with. When we go into the workplace, you have unions. Use your unions. Demand that they stand up for you. And if you're not happy with their unions, create your own union. I'm talking about accepting the reality as it is. Why we are here. You know, we can't do anything about why we're here. We're going to look at where we are at and what we can do with where we're at and about enjoying it. You've got to be able to enjoy your life. You know, I hear so many people say they don't go out to dance anymore because too much gunman, too much bad man there in the dance. So you're going to let one man, and I've never been in a dance where 50% of the dance is gunman. It's one man coming there with his bad attitude. You understand? So you can't let that one person take control of everything and put you in a corner. This thing of fear, this thing of running away from every situation that faces us, is just making us weaker and weaker, while the other so-called races are progressing because they're not feeling this sense of weakness. They're feeling like, well, what's tomorrow got to bring? You know, we've got to wake up, feel happy, feel bright, give praise to God for life, you know, and then live according to his standard, which is standards of excellence, which is standards about doing our best in all situations that we find ourselves in, which is about being fair when you come into contact with every human being.
Thank you ever so much
apply,
for your man.
The systems of fairness, the system of justice. Where you see injustice, fight it. Wherever you see that injustice, you have to fight it, because these are the laws. This is a system that we want in place. You know, some of you out there listen to certain records and music that you know it's derogatory and it's full of foul language and it's not positive. And, you know, I've been around these environments myself, so I understand where a lot of us are coming from. We just accept it as a norm, but sometimes you have to walk out of those conditions, put your own dances on, play the artists that you enjoy playing. Everything you're a victim to. You can't just be a victim and then be complaining all the time. You're a victim to the outside races, and you're also a victim within your own race. This weakness, for me, has got to stop. And for me personally, to stop. To me, I get up each day. I focus on my life to how I can do my best. Like I said earlier on, anybody who steps on my toe, I'm ready for that person. And anybody who does good towards me, I'm ready to thank and to appreciate them for the goodness that it is that they're doing. So, you know, overall, I think what I'm saying is that compassion, fairness, justice, honesty, kindness, faith, good temperance, these are qualities that we should be looking to ensure stays in our system. I'm not saying that it's all gone. There are many bastions and champions within our community who will stand up and continue to maintain good character and good behavior despite what's going on. And this is what will make you a champion. You will face challenges. Every generation is going to face challenges. Whether your people are leading or whether somebody else's people are leading, you're going to face challenge. So the main thing is about your integrity. What character can you maintain under the system? Right now, we're under the system of, you know, to me, it seems like America rules the world. I am not happy by all means with everything that America does. But because they rule and they set the game, I'm ready to play that game. You understand? And I'm going to play it to their rules so that when I come to challenge them, I'm challenging them on their grounds. Because those rules they claim to be fair, if they're not fair, I'm going to challenge their unfairness of the rules. You understand? But let's look at the rules and not the rule maker. Because if we keep looking at the person, the individual, the race, the this, the that, this identity, that identity, I belong to this. These are all things that are dividing you, confusing you, and putting you into a little small box where right now the little small box means that you're virtually sitting in front of the box day in, day out, watching the television because you're actually scared to get out there and start living. So, you know, to me, travel, work, educate yourself, be honest. Do not be a criminal and do criminal life, because again, when you're a criminal, you put yourself into another box. It does not make sense. You saying that child Babylon system and you don't have to respect it, because at the end of the day, when their authority comes down on you and put you in prison, you yourself start crying and bawling that this isn't where you want to be. So if you want to be free, then you've got to follow his rules, because his rules also apply to his own people. When the rules change and are different to you, that's where you have to stand up and make it clear that you're not bowing to that because it doesn't fit with everybody else. But once a rule applies to everybody else, you're going to have to bow with it anyway. So I think overall what I'm saying is our race is valuable. by all means. The fact that we come from Africa and have a heritage, both good and bad, in Africa is valuable, but nothing is as valuable and precious as where you are today and what you're doing with the seconds that God's given you. Because your next generation is going to look back at you and say, well, what did you do? Just like you're whinging and whining about the other generations, stop it. Just get on and do what you're doing, so at least your children can look and say, you know something, when my daddy go to work or my mama go to work, they're the best in the workplace, they're working at the best, they're doing the best. When they come home, they're the best parent that I could have. You know what I mean? I'm proud of them as their parents. I see them as godly people, loving people. They're not criminals, they're not hiding, they're not backbiting, they're not cheating, they're not lying. You know, these are the values that we want to get away from, and we want our children to get away from it. So live by example. And you know, Papa Garvey said one time, I think he cursed us about being a lazy bunch of good for nothings. A lazy bunch of good for nothings, that we need to get up and start, you know. And I feel that message so much, and I realize that so many things has pacified us, you know. The religious institutions have pacified us and make us feel like we have to bow down to every situation, whether it's fair or unfair. I don't support that. You know, then we'll have political speakers from our own race who are telling us that everybody else is a problem and we're not the problem. So again, that weakens you. Stop it. You're your own problem. You're your own solution. You are your own God. And when you get to know God, and the more you get to know God, the more you get to know your true identity, which is one about uprightness and upright living, regardless of what the circumstances may be or may have been. Praise God.
Okay, thank you very much, Rema, for summing up there. Thank you very much, and I'm sure our listeners can take what they want from that. Thank you, and thank you for coming on to the On a Level Talk show.
It's a pleasure.
For coming on to the show as well. Really appreciate it. It's been a very interesting discussion. But thank you very much for partaking in the discussion and for sharing your ideas with people. I know you've left a lot of food for thought for people out there. I just hope, folks, to you listening out there, that you've taken on board what has been said from all of the participants in this discussion today. And like I said, let me know what you think. Ankhobia@hotmail.co.uk, or email me. But hopefully you'll find something useful in today's discussion that adds more clarity to your life and to also understanding of where we black people are heading globally. I came up with the whole idea for the show because I myself, as you know, I've done a lot of talk shows, and I have approached them from primarily a Pan-Africanist perspective. And I've always had that passion to try and, impart certain information to our people, because I thought, well, this has been taken away from you and you need to get this back by all means necessary, as Malcolm X would say. What I realized, though, and I'm not, going back over any shows that I've done in the past, but what I'm saying is that as I grow older and as I gain wisdom and experience, and I look at life and I look at what life has to offer, and I see the beauty that life has to offer, I think that as helpful as some of these paradigms can be to help explain the world around us, I do think that they can stop us from living very much now. And when I go to the Caribbean, if I go to Africa, it's amazing that those people are poorer than us materially, and yet we are here living in England with all the material, and trust me, they are far better off in Africa and the Caribbean than us. Something's wrong. That was the eye-opener for me. Something is wrong somewhere that we're doing wrong. Something is wrong. But what I'm saying is that we need to begin living and enjoying life, and we need to find out what happened. We all want happiness. We all want that peace of mind, and we don't want to be bogged down because of what somebody else is doing to us, rightly or wrongly. And I think one of the great things that our forebears who came to this country, the first generation, you look at what they went through. Trust me, we ain't been through half of what they went through. Did it stop them from creating carnival? Did it stop them from creating wonderful music and enjoying life? Did it stop them from looking after each other's children? Did it stop them from going into the schools and fighting for the rights for their children? Did it stop them from getting onto the roads and marching? It didn't stop them on any level from operating in life, because they took the position that we are in this society and we will get our fair share of rights. And I think that what's happened is that those of us who say we're Pan-Africanists, Rastafarians and black nationalists, I'm including black Muslims within that as well, whether Nation of Islam or Orthodox Islam, we tend to put ourselves on the fringes of society and we come out fighting and condemning every single thing. And yes, we fight each other and we do a lot of point scoring rather. I'm right, you're wrong. And I've done that, and you've heard me do that on the show. I'll put my hand up to that. But I'm telling you, I've learned it's not the right way. There is a new level of thinking that needs to come about for the global black family on this planet. A new level of thinking, a new level of realization. And I'm not saying that people haven't reached that already, but certainly in this country, I know we have a long way to go. And, you know, we do the best that we can now to bring forward this new thinking that we think needs to come onto the scene. Trust me, we have to do the best we can. We have to. We have another generation coming up behind us, and it just can't be pure complaining that they're going to pick up as their legacy. Butt shaking, all the bad music. It just can't. Bad attitude, bad moral behavior. Something has got to change, and I think we all have answers. If you're a Rasta, be the best Rasta you can. If you're a Pan-Africanist, be the best Pan-African you can. If you're a Muslim, be the best that you can. If you're a Christian, be the best that you can. And even if you're none of these, be the best that you can. If you're sitting in jail, be the best inmate that you can be. Trust me, even Garvey said that when he was in prison, I'm going to be the best inmate that I can be. And I think these are things that we have to try and aspire to, because if we're saying we're going to be the best in all of these belief systems, there must be a common ground we can find that we can meet and discuss and talk and resolve our problems. If we think, just like nature doesn't have one tree, one type of animal, one type of food, one type of fruit, there isn't one type of solution, one type of way, one type of answer. We all have the answers. Peace.
Ankhobia with On a Level.
Call the On a Level Talk Show on 0121 678 6022 or 0121 678 6666.
Redeemer full of culture, y'all. Wake up and live, y'all. Wake up and live. Wake up and live now. Wake up and live. Life is one big road with lots of signs. So when you're riding through the ruts, don't you complicate your mind. Flee from hate, mischief and jealousy. Don't bury your thought, put your vision to reality. Yeah.
So the phone lines are going to open any moment now. On a Level Talk Show, Ankhobia. It's your turn, Birmingham, and wherever you are in the country. I know some people are listening down in London on the internet as well. So by all means, call in and comment on anything you want to say, really, from what you've heard today. It was a discussion that was taking place earlier, alright? So my guests are not in the studio, it's me and you. But they are listening, so they will call in if you have a question for them.
Yeah, this is Damon Junior Gang Marley Talkins, and right now you're listening to New Style Radio 98.7. Keep it dial locked.
Complicate your mind. Flee from hate, mischief and jealousy.
Just hold on, caller, I can't see you. I'm gonna go to an advert break, pay some bills.
No topic is out of bounds. If it's real to you, it's uncensored to us. The On a Level Talk Show. It's real.
You're tuned to Ankhobia.
Money is not the problem.
This is Muta.
It is the greed and selfishness. Or it's spiritual war. Or it's the mental war. Lord, your name will help us now. Cause the people have gone astray. Or they have been misled. Or they have been blindfolded. Or the sheep have gone
And what a revelation it has been. Certainly a revelation for me indeed. I so love that discussion. Thanks to all of the guests who took part, Brother Kwende, Sister Rema, Brother Imani, and Brother Dave. Thank you all. God bless you all. So, it's your turn now. It's your turn now, folks, to call in. My apologies, I cut some people off earlier. I'm in a totally different studio today. I've never ever used this studio, so I'm just trying to get used to the phone lines. Okay, let me see if I can get this caller through properly. Okay, I think I've got this caller through. Hello, caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you nice and clear. You're live. Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so you listened to the debate.
Yep.
And what would you like to say?
A couple of things, if that's all right.
Yes. Go ahead.
You said something about what it is that we think. Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Yeah. That the ancient Egyptians how was it that they succeeded or something like that, right? Along them lines.
Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say my personal view is that it's pretty much obvious, and I agree with the person, one of the guys that was there, that said that the reason is because we exist. But I think it's more than that. Even if we didn't, if no black people that was left on the planet, we was wiped out. They've still already left their legacy. You know, even if anything was stolen from us, it was still born and bred in Africa. You know, we spawned another new race. You know, all other race that's here from us, not just what they know of as in terms of say knowledge, philosophies, whatever they've took from us, force and whatever. It's still we've succeeded in putting forward our beliefs and even
So, what about those of us who are here now? Where do we go forward? How do we take that legacy forward?
Yeah, it's for us now to gain back that, you know, which is now it's still ours. You know, we can see in every form and different forms of like say cultures, right? Which we can take different cultures, which is still positive. There's nothing negative with all these cultures that's got stuff which is originated from somewhere, which is ours. You know what I mean? So yeah.
What do you mean? Sorry, is it James I'm speaking to?
Yeah,
James. Hi. When you say get it back, what do you mean exactly? We have to get it back. Get back what? What are we trying to get back? Or what do you think we should be getting back?
Try and suck some sense out of the fraud in, say, any other cultures that you learn from Confucius or whatever you've learned from, say, Mark Garvey and etc. And try and suck some of like the original sense of the whatever it came from. You know what I mean? Or even develop your own theories. Learn from that and move on, you know, because it's still, the source is still there. The source has never moved.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The source has never moved. There's no point you trying to figure out where the source is. It is exactly in that culture. Just get it and move on with it, and your source will come back to you probably. It will centralize it will manifest it in you probably. You know what I mean? In the future, because you're still a black man, and if you've got that and you've then developed it to something else that aids our community, our culture, it will then emanate in say black people all across the board, you know, because everything's globalized anyway, you know what I mean? And the next man is going to see that this man's from England is developed something that's working in a sense, and then he's in wherever, and then he takes it on board and says, well, you know that the reason why this never worked is because Brada says he's got a different part of brain that fits your whatever. He's got a key for your, you know what I mean?
So what was your view on the overall discussion that you heard? Was there things you agreed with or perhaps disagreed with?
There's a whole heap of things that I did not agree with. I'd say the overall, most of it I did not agree with.
Such as?
A lot of things I did agree with.
Okay.
I think the lady, not agree, I can't even, that's a strong word, agree with.
Yes.
But kind of like going alongside them kind of directions. That's the kind of direction that I want to go into. I wouldn't say I take it holistically, full on board everything that she's saying. But I
okay, Rema. So it was Rema you particularly agreed with.
Yeah, that
lady.
Yes. She's really, really like, what's the word?
She's different.
yeah, she's different, very special. So where she's coming from, that kind of viewpoint, I'm kind of feeling it where she says in England, you get me, you don't stop thinking about running away. You get me? Deal with the issues, and I kind of like that. I do like what she's saying there, and I get that kind of thing where she's saying that there's nobody's adapting. We think that we're adapting, or we will adapted to the climate, or this kind of whatever is being directed at us. The kind of aggression that's being directed at black people mostly, right? From all, and it's coming from all different perspectives, physically and mentally as well. So we've been attacked basically, and all our senses are being confused all over the place. We don't know what's coming.
So then, let me ask you then, James. One of the key questions for this discussion that there was quite a few questions I didn't get to ask people. I did want to ask them about their ideas about the system that we live under. What do they like about it, and perhaps what do they not like about it? But one of the key questions for me was, do you think a lot of the teachings that exist, or the belief systems that exist in our community, Pan-Africanism, Rastafarianism, Christianity, even like things like the Black Muslims, do you think that these ideologies that have come forth to say that they're going to help us to be free, so to speak, for want of a better term, do you think that they're working for us?
I think they're working. I have to laugh at that one. They're not working. They're not working.
Why?
Because Rastafarian know themselves, right, that you have to be flexible in everything, especially in these times. You can't come out with something you've jumbled up and then mishmashed together and say, yeah, that's come from the pure source, and then say that.
What are you talking about? Their belief that Selassie is God.
It's kind of creative Christianity, stroke with ancient teachings, stroke with history and a lot of different things, because they've took on a lot of things on board, haven't they? Old and new, and sort of thing, and say that's the answer. Because it hasn't been working. They're still searching, and Rastafarians know that they're still searching. They haven't found nothing that is working, kind of thing.
And there are aspects of Rastafarian ideology that perhaps you like.
There's loads of things that
I think when it comes to their liberty, they're the best example.
They're very honest people. I can say I can walk down the road with a Rastafarian and feel comfortable.
Okay.
that the man's not gonna rob my pocket, or he would say take on this kind of philosophy that it's all about money and stuff like that. You couldn't catch him out. You couldn't catch out a Rastafarian, because he knows what it's about. You can't say here's £1 million, go and kill your brother, because the man will say no. So them kind of thing is like that kind of strong kind of belief that you can't sell out. That kind of belief, and I love that, because if the other people would adapt that kind of thingy, that in itself kind of unifies a generation, if you know what I mean. If everyone says that you can't twist my mind, right, in a way to say you could put me forward if I step on an ex-brother, or all of us we can now get £1 million if we all like say just sell out our races, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so there are some things we can take.
There's loads of
Okay,
things.
let me let you have your final point before I move on to the phone lines. I'm only on till 1 o'clock, so I've got an hour and so left, so I'm here till 1 o'clock. I won't be back until sometime next year, late next year. Yes.
Okay. The last point I wanted to make is that
or even if there's a question you want to ask any of the people out who were on the show, some of them are listening. So by all means, if you have a question for any of the guests who were on the show, ask them and they'll call in.
There's a question that I wanted to ask the lady again. I'll go back to her.
Rema.
Because she's so radical. I love her radicalism. love it, because these times we ain't got time for passivism, you know what I mean? Forget that. Chuck it out. Chuck it out. It's not, question everything.
Okay, so your question to Rema is?
Question to Rema. Would she... the question is that, because there's a different, what she was saying, there's people that we have to, black people, there's no matter who's been bad, or it is not about colour. If a person is bad, they're bad, and we should deal with it on that from that perspective. So the question to her is, if you was a politician, right, and you had global, you had like say different stuff that you had to deal with and whatever, how would you pinpoint a certain particular group of people how would you deal with say that society? How would you address that type of people in society and such? What kind of rules or say would govern that kind of behaviour? Because it's in that particular people to say readdress that situation to correct it or whatever.
You're saying if there was a global what? Sorry.
If you was a politician,
yes,
in England, forget the global.
Yeah, okay. If she's a politician in England,
if she was a politician in England, and these type of people that you're saying that's displaying say behaviours on in social behaviours that's not acceptable, right?
Yes, unsavoury characters.
Oh yeah. How would she? Is there a policy that would come out that would say how would she address that behaviour and readdress it and say deal with it and correct that behaviour?
Okay. Let me answer the question. Let me get it on the phone and let her answer your question.
Yeah, please. I want to see.
Okay. Thanks a lot, James.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, peace. Bye. This is the On a Level Talk show. I know the phone lines were going when people were hearing the discussion. So by all means, please do call in and put your points across, whether it's to me or to any of the guests who are on the show. They are listening to the show, all right? I'm here till 1 o'clock. So by all means, do call in. Don't be shy now. Don't be shy. Call in. The phone lines are open. Okay, let's go to the phone lines once again. Hello, caller.
Tendamarai, greetings. Good evening.
Greetings.
Ankhobia.
Yes, greetings. This is Brother Olatunji, is it?
That's right.
From the Al-Qaeda Revivalist Movement in London.
That's right. That's
okay, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, my sister. Doing very well. I have to say, I've tried tuning for a while, but the buffer, because I'm in London, I was listening on the internet. The buffering was very bad. So
yeah, I'm not sure what's going. I've had a lot of people calling saying that they were having problems with the internet reception.
It settled down around about 10:30.
Okay.
But prior to that, there wasn't a great deal I could get out of the show because
that's a shame because that means you missed like an hour and a half of the discussion. Okay, what would you like to say, Olatunji, right?
Yes. But I did hear the discussion since then, and a lot of things were said about Pan-Africanism and Garvey and the rest of it. One thing I really want to emphasise, though,
and let me just let people know that the Al-Qaeda Revivalist Movement are one of the premier Pan-Africanist organisations in the UK. So let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, just to say, I mean, certainly we are Pan-Africanists, nationalist Pan-Africanists. And that's how we see the solution. I mean, a lot of the guests made mention of Marcus Garvey, and primarily Marcus Garvey was an organizer, and that's what he did. So I think the issue is to reconcile our own individual inclinations and desires and wants and needs with actually the collective. But I think one thing which perhaps may have got confused in the mix was that the reality is that for most of African people in the UK and England are Pan-Africanists. And so I think
they aren't Pan-Africanists. They aren't. Olatunji, look, there's many black people in the UK who aren't Pan-Africanist. However you choose to define Pan-Africanist, I can go out onto the street, and that's one of the things I did before I had this discussion, and I asked people, you know, could you tell me if you have ever heard of Pan-Africanism? Can you give me a definition? And people are like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So you may like to think that most people are Pan-Africanists, but they aren't.
No, I didn't say that. I said most people aren't Pan-Africanists. I said are not Pan-Africanists.
Okay, I'm going to slap myself. I'm going to slap myself. Okay, I misheard you.
That's my point. And
okay.
And a point, even to say, even a lot of people who call themselves Pan-Africanists, if you examine actually their activity and their philosophy and their liberty, aren't Pan-Africanists either. But I'm not even going to go there. What I'm going to say, so I think what there's a tendency for it to come across sometimes in these kind of discussions actually is to speak as if a lot of our people are Pan-Africanists. And the reality is because our community, Pan-Africanists really constitute numerically quite a small number.
But also what you find in Birmingham is that a lot of the meetings that are put on, and I was speaking, I did make it very clear at the beginning of the discussion, I was speaking primarily to those black people who say they are conscious, whether they're black Muslims, Rastas, or... But the most of the meetings are put on by, you know, brothers and sisters who say they're Pan-Africanists. So they may be small, but they still have quite a say in the community.
Certainly, and I'll come to that. I mean, but the point I'm trying to make is why I mentioned the point that most of our people are not Pan-Africanists, actually, it almost seemed like the tendency to kind of like castigate the Pan-African community for the ills and the issues that confront African people generally in this country and indeed around the world.
There's a what? Sorry.
A tendency to like put Pan-Africanism as almost like a cause, or castigate Pan-Africanists for the issues and the ills and the evils that befall our people wherever we are. And the reality is
that what you heard in the discussion?
I think that it could have been an interpretation by people listening. I think, I'll say, because the reality is, like you said, from your own research, if you go into the street, most of our people aren't aware of Pan-Africanism and actually not sure how to define it. I say there's people who say they're Pan-Africanists can't even define what it is anyway.
But once you tell them some of the meetings that some of the meetings that take place in the community, which are put on primarily by Pan-Africanists or the speakers who come across, then you wouldn't like to hear what they have to say. Honestly, you wouldn't like to hear what people on the street have to say.
Fair enough. No, I think so. So I'm mindful of actually how I critique Pan-Africanism in terms of its failings and its shortcomings.
Yes.
So I certainly wouldn't put at the feet of Pan-Africanism the failings or the issues and the shortcomings that affect us as a community, as a people. I think the failure of Pan-Africanism actually is its inability to engage with the larger sectors of our community. That's where the focus needs to be. Yeah. In terms of our people. So that's the issue, because it's almost like, well, so I mean,
sure, that was in. Oh, okay, but you missed the hour and a half of it, so you wouldn't have heard.
Well, things that come up. A common phrase that comes up actually is of the tendency for us to castigate ourselves as a people for quote unquote blaming other people and saying it's who this person, what that person thought. And the reality is, I say most African people, most black people, actually don't run around blaming white people for anything or any other for anything. That's not really. Now, as Pan-Africanists, I think our duty and our role historically has always actually been to critique and analyse actually our situation, and also trying to offer and proffer solutions for our people, as Marcus Garvey did. Marcus Garvey critiqued the situation that he found himself in at the time.
But Marcus Garvey was very unique, and most Pan-Africanists, Brother Olatunji, don't take the example of Marcus Garvey. Most Pan-Africanists will criticise the system for every single thing, and white people for everything that happens and goes wrong in our community. The blame is very rarely put at our feet. Marcus Garvey was unique in that he said, no, this is our problem, we're going to deal with it. He was very unique.
I would posit, I mean, again, I can't speak for most Pan-Africanists, but the Pan-Africanists that I hear, that's generally not the case, and I think that's an accusation which is levelled at Pan-Africanists, actually, that we blame white people for everything, and actually don't.
Well, I'm telling you, as an experienced person who was heavily involved in the Pan-Africanist movement and came out.
I'm certainly not discriminating on people's experience, but certainly for me, but like I said earlier as well, that many people run and say they're Pan-Africanists, and actually they're not, because a Pan-Africanist, I would say, was actually someone who his duty is to critique the situation, and actually, if critiquing the situation actually means, for example, saying that Europeans are thus and so, but also the issue is to prop up and offer solutions, and the solution is really about offering programs that will benefit the lives of our people. And the reality is, so for example, I heard one of the callers saying about how it's important to know who your local councillors are, and the politicians, and get engaged in doing that kind of stuff.
That wasn't the caller, that was the guest on Brother Imani.
The issue is, I think, in the principle that makes sense. But if it's an individual thing, then there's no mandate for your engagement with.
Well, there is, because Imani is part of an organisation. He wasn't speaking from himself. He's saying, sorry, Brother Olatunji, he's saying that he makes sure that he puts on so many projects that Brother does. There's done a lot of work in this community, you believe me. And he engages with the politicians, and a lot of people feel that with Pan-Africanism and with ideologies like the Nation of Islam and Rastafarianism, you're put on the outskirts of on the fringes of society. It's almost like you mustn't engage in society and be part of the society in which you live.
What would I say from my experience as a Pan-Africanist? Actually, that's an analysis.
Yeah, but in the same
which is alien to my.
Well, then, Brother Olatunji, the same way that you say Brother Imani doesn't have the remit to speak for the whole of the community. One may say that you don't have. But maybe you don't have the remit to speak for all Pan-Africanists.
No, sister, I'm not presuming that I do, and also not presuming to put words into Brother Imani's mouth. I'm responding to what I heard on the show. Now, I acknowledge, and we acknowledge what I didn't hear the earlier part of the show, but I'm basing it on what he said. Now, I'm not saying what I was emphasising was, if that's the case, I'm not aware of the project he does. If he's doing that good work, and if he's doing it with a mandate from a number of projects, that's good. But
does Al-Kabilan operate with a mandate from the community, the black community in London or throughout the UK? Do they operate with a mandate from the people?
Well, we certainly do. We try to, because we engage with our community. But the point I'm trying to make is this. The issue wasn't to critique Brother Imani's point. I'm saying based on what I heard him say, and again, you've actually given more information now. The issue is to critique Brother Imani. I'm saying the point I was making actually it really sounds like what you said he's doing. Because from what I heard, it was actually we need to go and engage. And I did say we need to do those kind of things. But I did say if it's an individual thing, then certainly there's limited benefit in that. So really, those things happen with a mandate, and the mandate can be from an organisational perspective, and then you represent that
some kind of consensus.
in your activism. So there isn't, if that's what Brother Imani is doing, and certainly I wholeheartedly support that. I think there is a need to engage, and this is the issue. This is a failure because I think. It's a contradiction sometimes that sometimes a tendency to put the feelings of the entire community on the backs of Pan-Africanists or activists or whatever, whereas the fact is oftentimes with the fringes not simply because we don't engage, because it's a mindset and a liberty and an orientation which isn't mainstream, which isn't supported by the mainstream, which generally our people are sort to be suspicious of.
I think if people come forward in groups and put themselves out there in the community to see that they have solutions for our problems as a race in this country, then I think they should be criticised if they're failing to deliver those goods.
Well, I certainly agree. The reality is, if you're doing nothing, then there's nothing to criticise. But if you're doing something, then certainly it's up for open criticism. But I certainly have got no issue with criticism of Pan-Africanism. Now, I think the issue isn't about the criticism itself. It's actually criticise the right thing. But I think there's a tendency which I'm not saying was necessarily represented fully in the discussion that I heard, but I've heard it in forums over the years. It's almost like, I say, the majority of our people, and your experience may be different, the majority of our people generally in our community don't run around blaming white people for anything. But sometimes, actually, there's a tendency for us to
are you saying they should?
I think we need to be clear about our history and know our history and know the role of Europeans historically in relation to us and currently as well.
Okay, so you're saying that we should point the finger more at them for their role in...
I'm saying whatever we do, the fact is we have to tell the truth about our history. And it's the thing, and sometimes...
Don't they do that in London? Because people tend to do it down here in Birmingham.
No, what I'm saying is, the trouble is that the tendency is sometimes to isolate our answers as well. So the issue is, I think that's a part of what we need to do, because any people, this is a thing, because sometimes we want to, on one level, embrace the whole of humanity and say we're human people, which we are. But the issue is, then, if we're going to embrace humanity, quote unquote, let's do what humans do. Human groups generally organise themselves for their group interests. They may not need to go and talk about other people to the extent that some people do, simply because the fact is they're grounded in their culture, in orientation, and they have a purpose and a mission. And doesn't mean there's not exceptions to that, and people who go against what it is. But there's a core value system and structure. That's one thing that as African people generally we lack. That's something that Pan-Africanists, I think, try to establish in Institute. The issue with the challenge for Pan-Africanists actually is to engage on a level with more of our community.
Well, maybe you can start using the word black, because I can tell you right now, you're using the word African. To someone like me, it makes sense, but to a lot of people out there, they're thinking right now you're talking about people in Africa.
Well, we can
so
do
if
that.
you want to engage mainstream, let's just say black people. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just some...
Well, I see that, but I think what's going to engage more is less about what I say on a radio talk show. Is like the example of Marcus Garvey, like the example of the Nation of Islam, like the example of even the Black Panthers, actually. And from what you've said, for example, of Brother Imani, I don't know the fullness of his program. What's going to affect our people is less about the semantics of what we say. It's going to be about what we do and how our program.
But we need to be clear about what we're saying, though, don't we? We need to be clear about what we're saying. Brother Olutunji, I've had Pan-Africanists and all sorts of people come on this show, and let me tell you something. Each and every time, without fail, when the Pan-Africanists come on to speak, they rarely get to engage the audience because of the way that they talk the kind of language, highfalutin language that they use. So it's very clear. It's not about semantics. People have to be clear what they're saying if they're trying to engage the majority. Because you bring people on and they go right over people's heads. It's like, my God, are you really trying to engage the community? Do you really want to reach out and help people in this community?
Well, the issue is that as organisers, actually, we need to begin to do that. Now, the point is, it will say the semantics is an issue, but the point for me is it's always going to be, if you're speaking from a perspective and actually are really looking to share an experience and a truth, then you use the language of that truth to articulate. And if people say they're not clear about what you're saying, then actually you engage with them to clarify it.
Yes.
Well,
I'd love to see the Al-Qaeda land come to Birmingham and put on a meeting or two, and it'd be nice.
Ironically, my sister, something we've done many years ago, but there was a contingency of our brothers and sisters actually in Birmingham actually that facilitated that, and something I'm sure it will happen again. We normally only get to come up to Birmingham really these days for African Liberation
ALD,
Day.
Yes. Final point. Anything? Was there anything that you agreed with what the speakers said, or was there any particular speakers or any particular thought that came across that you totally disagree with?
I think the views aren't extreme either way. What I was encouraged by, all the speakers seem to harmonise with the legacy and the impact of Marcus Garvey.
Yes.
And I think that's a shining example that we do have. The issue is, like anything in our history is there to be used. History isn't there actually to have in dusty bookshelves or in museums or whatever. It's there to use. And the fact is, these are things that all people use. All other communities use their history, and the issue is we shouldn't be isolated or afraid of or wary of our history. Utilize it and apply it and adapt it to the times that we're in. The issue, the fundamental thing, really is going to be that it's for our collective organising that we begin to affect solutions for our people. And it's not pyramid building or some people say rocket science. Actually, it's something which all communities who look to have a stake in society do. So the issue for me isn't about whether we engage or disengage. It's in society. It's actually what level we engage at and actually what we stand on, what our foundation is. Because the more leverage we have, and this is what collective organising does. It gives you leverage, which means, because the example came up with schools, but a parent goes to a school and challenges a teacher, then obviously they may or may not have a great deal of success. But if a community approaches a school, then the school knows that they can't fob off just one person. They're answerable to a community. So the issue is that to engage in the institutions of society, you do it from a position of group action and group activity, and this is something which isn't necessarily.
But sometimes you do have to take individual action. That is the reality that we find ourselves in.
All of us have our personal responsibilities, but what I'm saying is, that's not even necessarily a uniquely Pan-African philosophy. It's a philosophy of really self-preservation, because you can be victims of society. Actually, right, if you're subject to what the sharp edges of it, but if you organise collectively, then actually whatever's there, you can utilise and use for your benefit. We have to appreciate that actually that we have access to a lot of resources in a society like this, and what our responsibility is to utilise that, to share it actually, right, and collectively. I think one of the points that someone did say about one of the sisters said about what each previous generation has done with what it's got, and actually I think certainly I'm inspired by my parents' generation when they came here, and that generation of parents who came in the 50s and 60s and 40s, some of them. But the issue is, I think, from that foundation, our responsibility is to the generations to come, is to build institutions actually that are going to safeguard all those resources, all those things for our children. And again, this is something which other communities who are in society do. It's not necessarily.
Okay, well, let's see. I'm going to leave it there because the phone lines are going and I'm only on till 1 o'clock. So I'm going to leave it there, Brother Olatunji. I thank you for calling in all the way from London. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself, or are you speaking on behalf of the organisation, the Al-Qaeda?
Well, I'm a member of the organisation, so I don't speak.
Sorry?
I'm a member of the organisation, so certainly I'm speaking, representing the Caribbean Rivals Movement viewpoint, because actually that's what we strive to do.
Yes, yes. Well, I really hope you take it in and get the essence of what we were trying to say, that basically some of the ideologies we have presently in our community need revamping, need to get more sophisticated and get more real about the situation that we find ourselves in.
As a principle, sister, I totally agree with that, because the issue is that, like I said, just as a final point, if you allow me to make the final point.
Yeah, if you can do it in a few seconds.
I certainly will. Okay. The issue is because my earlier point was actually that if, as far as we can see, Pan-Africanism is a solution to issues that we face. If most of the people are engaged in it, then obviously what we need to do is actually look at why they're not engaged actually and develop strategies for doing that. That's the task and the challenge that we have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Olatunji. Give my regards to Payam and Sister Kai as well, and everybody else. Yes?
Yes, sister.
Okay, keep listening. You too. Take care. Peace. The discussion continues. 0121 678 6666. Before I bring any more callers in, let me just get in one of the guests who was on the show today.
And testing times, but we survive. Yes, we survive. And every obstacle that arises, yes, time after time, we're not surprised. We see through all its highs. I'm here to tell you that it's gonna take more than day-to-day frustrations to break me, 'cause I know that's nature's way to make me stronger, yeah, stronger, so stronger. And as a new day comes to rise, I see frustration in most eyes, but I smile, and it cannot smile.
Okay, let's go to the phone lines and bring on one of our guests that was on the show today. Rema.
Hello, I'm
Hi,
here.
yes, Rema. How you doing?
I'm okay, I've been listening.
Okay, so a lot of people like giving me flashes when you were speaking.
Is that a good thing?
That's a good thing.
Oh,
so people obviously taking in what you had to say. Okay, you had a question earlier from a caller, James.
Before the question, Olatunji, Brother Olatunji that just came on
from London.
I just think he said that a lot of the criticisms, they don't mind criticisms so long as they're fair criticisms, of which basically he was saying that the whole show was not really criticising Pan-Africans fairly. But I would have liked to have put it to himself and his organisations, what are the fair criticisms that they have received?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
In terms of recognising where their weaknesses are, you know, do they have weaknesses and are they addressing them when people put them to them?
Yes. Okay, so James now, he had the question, if he was a politician.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe
worst job in the world.
Yes, the worst job in the world. What would you do? How would you discipline some of those MPs, I think he was saying, who kind of had unsavoury behaviour?
Well, I think if he was referring to the MPs in terms of the expenses that they're claiming expenses, to me, it's not the MPs that were at fault there, because the system was in place, and those who authorise those payments, if anybody, should be the one that should be put into question. If you give me a system where I can collect money and pay for my house, my car, my mortgage, I'm going to go for that thing. Do you understand? And if I go to a legal system to achieve something, then that's not a problem. However, if they did operate illegally, then by all means they have to face whatever laws are in place. And the laws should be strict like with anybody else that deals with theft or fraud, because when the small man on the street, you know, deal with any level of theft or fraud, he is hauled up in front of the police, he's thrown in with a common criminal. I mean, even if somebody just breaks the law in terms of a traffic offence, you understand? And if he doesn't deal with it quickly enough, and the police have to come and deal with him, then even for something as simple as not having their insurance, they're going to end up sitting down in the same cell with somebody who might have come in for mass murder. So, you know, in the same way that all politicians should be dealt with, that once they are breaking the law and the law is made and stated clearly, then by all means they should have to suffer at the hands of the law. But when we're talking about crime in general, Ankhobia, and to James and the rest of the listeners, I think for me that one of the weaknesses of this system, first let me address that, this system is a system of democracy. Now, I personally don't have a problem with the idea of majority ruling, okay? And that's what this system has set itself up on. So I don't have a problem with operating under that system if the majority says this. It's the same in your house. If the majority of the people say something in your house, we have to go with that. They could be right or wrong, but you're all in this boat together. So the majority will have the strength. The problem is that when it is claimed to be a majority view and it isn't. So one thing that I would like to see the political systems of this and all countries bring about is more exposure. You have the television, you have internet. When somebody goes up in a court of law, especially when it's a sensitive offense, it should be televised because the majority of people on this planet are right-hearted and they can see justice or injustice where it's being played out. But if you only get clips from the news or clips from here, you're going to just get a view, and it's a very limited view, and it does not view the majority. When you televise it and open up the door to the legal system, to the political system of what they're actually doing in those places, then it puts the majority in a position to start to even want to have a say. Right now, people don't feel like they have to have a say because they don't know what all the issues are. When a law is being passed, it's like, oh, suddenly this law is being passed. No, we've got television, we've got technology. We don't just have to use it for entertainment. We can also use it in terms of giving people their democratic right to know the circumstances. If a person is being brought up in court for murder, okay, let us see the case. Let us hear the circumstances. Let us give our opinions. You understand? Send out opinion polls and let people say what they feel, not just 12 men. Who are those 12 men and women that know better than you and I? Do you understand? So I think that
So what are you saying? The people should judge? Because that's going to be quite difficult.
The people should be in a position to at least be able to give an opinion if it's a country of majority rule. And the easiest way that, we've got something like Big Brother, where you see the nation starts to decide who's staying in that house and who isn't.
Who's going X Factor
and their
as well.
behaviour is based on, they're coming in and coming out. It's not based on, although to a certain extent maybe race will influence it because of the way people think, and we're in a majority country where the majority is white. So you're going to face at certain things, you're going to get a disadvantage once you're dealing with any system. You're going to get a disadvantage.
Okay.
But the exposure, just to get that exposure of these systems that we are expected to operate under, my first law as a politician would be to bust down every door. I want to see what you're all doing.
Okay. Well, James, I think that's answered your question indeed. Any other points? I think someone mentioned about you being, I think the last caller mentioned the point about being a humanist, and taking this whole humanitarian approach. I'm not sure why Pan-Africanists find that so offensive.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I think before anything, I'm a human being, so I don't see why it should be problematic for me to consider my problem on a human level instead of a race level. I can't understand the equation of that.
Yes.
You understand? Especially when a Jamaican will say he's not an African, he's a Jamaican. An African in Africa will say that he's an African. An African in America will say they're not African, the African Americans, or they're not African at all. And then there's too much. So how can I classify myself to the rest of the human race just on that one identity, when that identity, even within that group who's claimed to have it, don't even embrace it? Am I going to have to force everybody to embrace that identity? No. One identity that we're all clear about. This is what I want. I want ground rules that are clear and that are unbreakable and unshakable. Ground rules is that we're all human beings, right? First up. Ground rules, not everybody might agree, but this is my belief, is that there is a God, there is rules, there's rules are based on righteousness and proper conduct, and that human beings have to understand and learn about those laws. We have it in our own hearts. We can negotiate these things and then debate on that level. Again, going back to what Olatunji was saying about being collective, that is obviously where there's numbers, there's always strength.
Unity is strength.
Right. But again, it does not just have to be on the basis of race. Sometimes when you have other races coming in there, if you're going into a classroom for your child and you're dealing and you've got other groups in there, that argument is going to be even stronger. You're not talking about getting into bed with everybody. You're talking about using strategies, and collectivism is a strategy by all means, but that does not mean you have to limit that collective group down to a splinter of race only.
Okay, let me leave that there. Thank you very much. You sound tired.
I am. I'm chilling in here, but still.
Okay. Let me keep the calls coming. Thank you once again for your input.
Yeah,
all right, peace. This is the On a Level Talk Show. Okay, if anyone calls and they've had a point already, I'm not going to take that point. So if they've called and you've spoken already, I'm not really going to put them on. Hello, caller.
Oh, sorry, I've spoken already.
Oh, you have. Okay, thank you. Okay, right. 0121 678 6666. 0121 678 6666 gets you through to the studio. We're having a discussion. I've been on since 9 o'clock, and we're talking about the future of black people and where are we going. And it really was, like I said, it was something that a discussion I really wanted to have, because I see so much of these organizations that have propped up in our community, espousing off various and different ideologies, and some of our people sometimes rally around some of those ideologies and, take on some of those arguments that those organizations put forward. And I think they have to be challenged, and I think they have to be questioned, and I think some of these organizations have to get real. And I think one of the things they need to do is stop telling people what the people need. You have to sometimes listen to the people. What is the will and wishes of the people? What do the people want? What do they want? And if you really ask the people that question, you won't have to fight to add numbers into your organization. You won't have to meet every week and there's like 10, 15 of you, if that. And then, the only time you get numbers is when you bring over the African American speakers like Asha Kwezi, and then you will get hundreds of people. But once that meeting is over, everybody goes through the door, and you don't have anything to captivate those people again or to even bring them back. So something certainly needs changing, and I think one of the things that's come across strongly tonight is mindset and attitude and how we do things. And if we're going to take on people like Marcus Garvey, then let's take on Marcus Garvey properly. As I said on my show last week, a very controversial statement, I sometimes think Marcus Garvey would have been put to better use by Christians, black Christians. I really think so. I don't think the Rastafarians and Pan-Africanists have done Marcus Garvey much justice. However, Marcus Garvey was a Christian, and there's no one that can argue with that. Marcus Garvey, you can read his books, and you can see it in his books. And I wonder if the same way that Christians embrace Martin Luther King, if they were to embrace Marcus Garvey, because it is Christians that are the forefront of our community, I believe they could make some massive and huge change. And I know when Martin Luther King went to Jamaica, and he went to visit the grave of Marcus Garvey, and he did so to pay respect. All right, and he talked about the influence of Marcus Garvey on black leadership in America. So I think maybe Christians should begin to reevaluate Marcus Messiah Garvey, reevaluate his teachings outside of what Rastafarians and Pan-Africanists have told you that he said.
Smart or dumb, if you walk or you run, everything is still everything. If you're nice or mean, if you're fat or you're lean, everything is still everything. Wanna live on earth or the moon, ride the stars or the sun, everything is still.
I'm not familiar with this studio. My apologies. What's going on here, girl? Okay, right, that's better. Okay, about to take an advert break. If you want to speak to me during the break, you know the number, 0121 678 6666.
The On a Level Talk Show with Ankhobia.
Call the On a Level Talk Show on 0121 678 6022 or 0121 678 6666.
Warriors in the house, get the fire blazing. Attack the one body of blueprint. Well, enough of them is to tell them the truth. Them a bend up them face and them blueprint. Alright, we tell them on a blueprint. Well, enough of them is to tell them the truth. Them a bend up them face with them blueprint. Well, enough of them is to them only. That. Oh,
Yes, it's the Prophet Cableton, and he's rightly saying, move forward, mankind. It's time for us to move forward in this time. Okay, let's go to the phone lines once again. Birmingham 0121 678 6666. It's the last on a level talk show for a long, long time, and I hope you loved tonight's debate. I thought it was heavy, and our guest man were, as brother Kwende would say, precise and concise. Okay, let's go to the phone lines. Hello, caller.
Greetings, Ankhobia.
Greetings. How are you doing, sis?
I'm not doing too badly. I'm really enjoying the programme, and we do need heavy debates of this type
Yes.
to take place amongst us, really.
Yeah, so you tuned in from the very beginning. So
Of course, yeah.
what was your thoughts on what you heard overall?
Well, firstly, I do feel, as I've been involved with Pan-Africanist movements for many, many years, really.
Yes.
I'm in my 40s. I began when I was in my 20s. I'm actually feeling, I do see the need for Pan-Africanist organisations, and I don't know where I would be if I didn't have that sort of exposure and involvement.
Yes, because they do have a purpose, and they have helped a lot. They've helped me a lot in my life with my thinking and knowledge and everything. But it's like, you get to a point
everything
where...
from the bookshops, the papers, I mean, they are small in numbers, and you have got some very negative people within these organisations, as you would in the church, in any other organisations. You've got positive, forward-thinking people. But you have also negative people that are stuck in their own little anger modes and whatever. Because there are stages of development, and I learned this from Obata Shaka, actually, another Pan-Africanist, a great scholar of ours, and he does identify the stages that we go through when we belong to these organisations. So we go through pre-disturbance stages where, where we do feel very angry with what the Europeans have
I remember
done.
when I had Obati Shaka, you're talking about Professor Obati Shaka from San Francisco. When I had him on the show, I've had him on twice now.
Yeah.
And when I had him on the show, I remember he just didn't, the way that he put it was, he says that these organizations, Pan-Africanists, and these people who say that they're conscious and they want to move the people forward, they lack emotional intelligence. He says they're very good when it comes to the politics.
Yeah.
They can spiel off and quote after quote and book after book. But what they're not doing is getting down onto the real nitty-gritty of how things need to be dealt with.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times people do get stuck just in this romantic stage of sort of romanticising Africa, so everything black is good, everything white is bad. They get caught up in a cycle of anger and so on. I think what is happening now, lots of Pan-Africanists are sort of revolutionary in their thinking. The ones that I come across now, they've stepped out of that.
Are they
stage.
revolutionary in their thinking but passive in their action, though?
So, well, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I use the phrase revolutionary, because they are actually going out there in the community and creating other organisations or schemes or whatever, or even just engaging in with their families in a different way. So there are groups within these organisations of people that have changed their mindsets and have moved on. And like myself, when I first got involved, I was angry and I was romanticising the whole African thing. I couldn't see any bad, I could just see the good. Then when I did start to discover Africa's made up of the good and the bad, I started to fall out of love with Africa. And I think there's a danger of that, that we do tend to sort of fall out of love a bit, and we need to be aware of these phases and realise the aim at the end of the day is for us to love ourselves as Africans, be proud of the past, not try to sort of say the past is no longer important, but avoid getting stuck in a rut because, the white men enslaved us, so we're just going to focus on that. No, the history is glorious. I've learned, if I didn't learn about the great queens and all the rest of it, I know it's all a cliche, but these master builders and the power of women and stuff, I wouldn't have been as empowered as I am today. Do you know what I mean?
I give thanks to Robin.
Body. I know how to think differently, and I think that's the aim. We do have to kind of recognise that there is a Western way of thinking that isn't good for us. As we are Africans, we do need to think in an African way that is just healthy, a healthier state for us to be, just as it is for you know, a Chinese man or an Asian man doesn't have to make any excuses for thinking
for who they are and how they
Asian
think.
or African and for being proud of their past. But we always
one of
feel
the,
that we have to bury ours. You know what I mean?
One of the historians that I like in our community has to be Robin Walker.
Yes.
Because I find with Robin, he teaches history. He always relates it to the now. When you have people who teach history in a very disjointed manner and they disassociate it from where you are right now, your place in history, and also, you know, what you can do to create change.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'm
and
surprised,
I really
actually.
rate Robin on that level, but a lot of the other, sometimes the history is taught in a very bitter way.
Yeah.
And as one of the guests on the show say, they politicize it and do all kind of things with the
It's
history.
funny, just sorry to cut you, but talking of Robin, I think last week he said he wouldn't describe himself as Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, he says semi.
Yeah.
if that,
semi. But
if
I would
that.
think anybody with such a love of the culture and such a vision and everything else, to me, is Pan-Africanist. I suppose it all depends on how we see it, really. I mean, I don't like these labels anyway, to be honest with you. Do you know what I mean? But I think there is a danger also of just sort of thinking, well, we're all human beings and it doesn't really matter and all of that, you know.
Did anybody say that on the show, though? I don't think that came across in the discussion. I think they were saying that we're all human beings, and by all means we're Africans, and you recognize your history, your culture, and your heritage. But, you know, you are primarily a human being, and that sometimes...
I thought I heard somebody say that it is sort of best to sort of forget the past a bit or something. Maybe I misheard that.
Yeah.
But because, you know, I think I'm too proud of my race, and I'm a very spiritual person. I'm very humanistic as well, but I'm also as African as I can be, living here and born here and everything else, you know.
You're a Brummy,
and
you are at heart.
Sorry?
You're a Brummy at heart.
You know what I mean?
A Brummy African.
Yeah, it's complicated, really. But at the end of the day, I think we shouldn't sort of forget, really, just where we've come from in terms of... you know, where we would be if these organisations didn't exist. And yes, they do need to move on. They do need to wake up.
Where we, or you mean you, because the community is where the community's at, but you mean where you personally?
Because there is a ripple effect. Even if the numbers aren't great, people aren't flocking to these organisations, there is a ripple effect, you know. People go into their families, share information, so on. People listen to your show. And I think a lot of that comes out of people wanting to know more about...
But I've had to do a lot of the shows and to deliver the shows on a certain level. I've had to really, you know, I've had to move myself away from Pan-Africanism to get outside of that box, that Pan-African box, and deliver even some of the shows you've heard on history in a very different and kind of unique way. Just trying to do things outside of the box of Pan-Africanism, because, you know, when you get into that box, it can lock you in.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We need to sort
you look at the world through very small, tiny spectacles.
But it shouldn't be that way. I think when you're truly Pan-Africanist, and you know, I've got a way to go myself. But you're supposed to be freer. You're supposed to sort of be able to see everybody.
But we haven't seen that. My sister, you know, you and I haven't seen that. Even from the elders who are Pan-Africanists, they don't look free. They look happy to you, like they're enjoying life and living life. They walk like they carry 1 billion Africans on their back.
There are some, and they are stuck. And I'm not going to say that I haven't come across those, and they've been talking the same talk for how many years, and haven't
60
progressed.
years, 40
and
years.
And actually, many die quite ill because they become so stressed.
Yeah, they take on the whole struggles of the race on
die
their
before
back.
they can even
It's
achieve
unnecessary.
anything. So they die
Unnecessary.
young or paralysed just by the whole weight of the issue, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the aim is for us to use the whole Pan-Africanism movement mentality and so on to free ourselves. That's the whole aim of it, to free ourselves. I think the whole European mindset is what traps us sometimes, and we do need to sort of revitalise Pan-Africanism. I think Kwende talks about reawakening is needed, and I definitely agree with that. I'm not going to say the movement is where it needs to be at the moment, but it's not, there's life in the old bird yet, I think, you know. It's up to us. It's up to, we do have to change. We join and we come in as younger people, and we do have to sort of try and bring new life into these things, you know, and unfortunately...
I don't know if I can bring any new life into what's dead. I'm not sure if I
well,
can do
can't
that. I
even
think it's
speak
best for
now
me to
as
back
though
out.
I'm much of a young person, you know what I mean?
Pardon?
But I think, yeah, but I know exactly where you're coming from, you know. I think there is a lot more in terms of trying to engage with the rest of the community. I think what happens naturally when people are involved in these movements, they do feel the need to withdraw from the ills and everything else, and that contagion of society. So
Yes, doesn't help.
You know, so
Doesn't
there's
help.
always going to be that, you know, because in order to love yourself again, you do have to kind of take yourself away from the madness and take your children away from that madness.
And then come back in?
And, stronger after you've built yourself back up.
Okay,
and then, you know, come back a true revolutionary Pan-Africanist, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I'm still on that journey. I'm not there yet, but I've made little revolutionary strides in my own little life, you know.
Excellent. Good for you.
All
Good
right?
for you.
Okay.
Is there, let me just ask you one final question. Do you think some of these ideologies, Pan-Africanism, Rastafarianism, whatever you want to call them, Black Muslims, do you think some of the ideologies that that have come out of our community, do you think that they address the needs and the will of the people, or are they just prescribing what they think is the way to go? Are they really hearing the people, I guess is what I'm asking?
I think they've all had to arise out of the needs of people. So I think originally they might have met some needs. I think some still go on. I'm sure it is. I mean, someone said earlier in the studio they don't really like to talk about struggle, but it is a struggle just to sort of maintain our position, our life, our consciousness, everything. It is. I mean, you know, maybe struggle is not too fashionable a word to use, but I can't think of too many African people in society that live as comfortably as others do. We do have our additional struggles. So we do need groups that can only strive to achieve these things, and yes, often they fail because the challenge is so great. Do you know what I mean? But everyone just has to chip away in their little corner
and do their part. And
yeah, you know, and it is, as long as each little group chips away in its little corner and can get together and stop the knocking of each other, because that's a big thing. Unity, another dirty word right now, but
I think that's one of the things that came across in the discussion very strongly, that a lot of the different groups, there's a lot of knocking of, well, your idea is this, and your idea is that, and your ideology this.
Away from that.
It's like, you know what? In fact, Brother Pilot, greetings, Brother Pilot. He's been tuned into the show from the start. He's just sent me a message. He says, no single ideology can be our salvation.
That's right.
We even need to look at what makes the enemy successful. So thank you for that point. It is a very true.
Yeah.
I don't think there's one way out of this, as I said in my summary of that discussion earlier.
Many tactics are needed, you know. There isn't just one answer. It's a massive problem.
Yes.
So it needs to be looked at from all angles. And from, as far as I'm concerned, as simple as it might sound, from you're out there doing whatever you're doing, keep on doing it. As long as it's making, it might be a small difference. As long as you've got belief in yourself as an African, there's nothing wrong with that. So we shouldn't feel ashamed. You know what I mean? And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. You take good care of yourself, and thanks for the call.
It's a shame this is your last show for a long time, because it's been a very, very, very strong program. You know, a lot of positive views that came out tonight, and that's really good. So
yes, I've had so many calls as well. I know it's Sunday night, everyone's getting ready for Monday work tomorrow, so I know some people have conked out, they've gone to bed, they're tired. But certainly when the discussion was going on, a lot of calls came through. And one of the reasons I didn't open the phone line, because you can imagine 5 people in the studio and then open the phone line, it's going to go all over the place. And I wanted to keep it going down a certain path, so we can get out everybody's views and then bring that to the community.
Okay, well, you did get a good amount of these, and I'll let you go anyway. Get
all right,
calls
you
in.
take care. Peace.
Bye.
Ooh, I was sneezing there. Sneezing. Yes, I want to say thank you to the calls that have come in. Thank you for the well wishes as well. Really, really, truly appreciate it. Sizzler.
To the occasion, look at yourself and say you're strong. No one can stop you. Oh, yeah. Rise to the occasion. Go ahead, you know you're strong. No one can stop you. It's for you. that you've got the chance, get up and step towards your goal. It's alright. Fulfill your needs and the ones you to make the best in the life. Now that you've got the chance, get up and step towards your goal. It's alright. Yeah, yeah. Some people read and meditate, others move scantier. Some people are conscious about life, others are still panting, yo. Some people like strong drink, cognac, champagne and brandy, yo. Babies love ice cream and cake and candy, yo. I love herbs and girls.
Yes, let's go back to the phone lines. Birmingham 0121 678 6666, 0121 678 6022. I can't believe it's like 5 to 1 in the morning and I feel like it's 5 to 1 in the afternoon. I feel so awake. I feel so awake. LJ, my homegirl.
Hello, homegirl.
What's
How
up,
you doing?
man? I am good. How are you, sis?
Well, the flu's trying to take me and I'm trying to battle it. But you know what? Everything will be everything. You know me. I come from strong stuff. We're ancestral people, so everything's good.
You know, I just played that song, Everything is Everything by Morgan Heritage.
Yeah, man. Listen, man, I don't tell you we're ancestral people, you know. I'm connecting you. Even though I can't hear you on this side, I'm connecting you, trust me.
Okay, now I know you said you didn't get to hear the show because of the you're like far and
Yeah, so
there's
the
some
signal over here
they need to
isn't
sort out this connection. They need to sort out this connection big time.
Yeah. I
Big time.
don't, you know what I mean? I know you've been talking about our community, and what I've called in to say is that, you know something, I don't think the word ambassador is too good for you. I really do. I want to say it's apt that you are actually finishing your shows with New Style Radio and Community, because since On a Level Talk Show, you have tackled every subject that our community, for us to look at ourselves in terms of, you know, race, where we're coming from, our music, the guests you've had, even the names we give our children. My God, even the history. I now know I'm a direct descendant of Mansa Musa. How's that? So I'm going to say to you, you know, my sister, may the ancestors that have blessed you continue to bless you. You have been anybody that has listened to New Style Radio that didn't know where they were from or wasn't sure how they were connected. If you don't know now what community you are part of or learned anything from On a Level Talk Show, I'm going to say to you, me and you are nothing, because you ain't learned nothing in all this time. So I'm really going to tell you, I think you have done a wonderful job. It'll be a sad loss for me not to be able to connect with you. I've had the privilege of working alongside you, to be your colleague, and it really has been a great inspiration for me. I'm telling you, I would buy black toothpaste if there was black toothpaste. I'm telling you. I'll do things what anybody says, trust me. But you
know
really
what?
have been.
You know, David D said to me one time, if I had to listen to you every time, everything I touched and ate would be black.
That's where I got it from. David D said, he said to me one time, he goes, if you listen to Ankhobia too hard, he goes, she'd make you only use black toothpaste. And it's the God's honest truth. But you know, on a serious level, your shows have touched on many topics, and I hope in our community have stirred some souls. Each one of us has a responsibility to do better. It's time for us to break off them shackles now and stop behaving like how people expect us to behave. Come to the table and bring something, as far as I'm concerned. Stop looking for the next man for inspiration. Shake up yourself and do something. You understand me? You know, parents can't always be responsible, but they do have a responsibility. Each one of us in our community can be a leading light. I think you have been a complete leading light to our community of how we can communicate and debate. So I wish you well in everything that you do, and you know I'll be in touch for sure.
Thank you, peace. That's touching. Thank you, sister.
Okay.
All
Good
right.
evening to all your guests. God bless. Take care.
Okay, peace.
Okay.
God
take
bless.
Care.
Peace. Wow. Touching. You can see I'm still struggling with these knobs. I'm in a totally brand new studio today.
Pieces of silver, just this your time. In a this your time, yeah. In a this your time, yeah.
Yes, the idols are saying, how can you fight each other in this time? Well, folks, I am out. I want to say thank you to everybody who has supported the On a Level Talk show over the last 3.5 years. Like I said, today it's the last show. No more On a Level Talk show. When I come back next year, in about another perhaps 6 months, could be later. But when I do come back, it won't even be the On a Level Talk show. Totally different thing altogether. Different topics, everything. Like I said, I've learned so much, so I really want to come back and reflect what it is that I've learned and the way in which I think we should now go and move. So I just, thank each and every one of you for your support. You've been great. You really have been great, and without you, I could never have done this show. So, with us, it's all about the learning, it's all about the loving yourself, it's all about empowering yourself. So may you continue with that, each and every one of you, and you all have a role to play. You haven't just got to wait on organizations and people to do things for you, as you heard on the show earlier today, and as you just heard LJ say as well. We all have a role to play. All right? We all have a role to play. Time to move on up. Stop singing the blues. Move on up and make a change in our community. And I think that's really what we have to do. So I'm going to leave you with this song. I should be bringing it in the news. I can see the manager looking at me. But let me leave you with this song by Marsha Griffiths. I shall sing as I drive home. I shall be singing as I go throughout the week. I shall be singing throughout the next few weeks and months. I shall be singing, and I hope that you're doing that as well. Enjoy life. There is so much out there to see and be. Bye-bye. Good night. God bless you all.
I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing, and I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. Even though I'm old, but I'm young, a little weak, but I know I am strong, old enough to know what's right, young enough to dance all night, too weak to hold it back, strong enough to give your heart attack. The situation sweet my soul as long as I live. I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing, and I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. In my days I've seen many faces, and been many places, too late to turn back now. If I do, Jah will strike me down. Yes, I have places to go. Yes, and a lot of things to do. If you think I'd give it up now, as long as I live, I shall sing. As long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing, and I shall sing. As long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. I thank God that He made me to sing to the world all over. Love message I'll bring. He put a song in my heart, yes I know. Come along, people.
God of your understanding has chosen you, and you've agreed to be here in this space and time to do something that only you can do. Now, I won't stand here to try to tell you what it is, but deep inside yourself, as you take time to uncover and ask yourself some vital questions like, what is it that brings me peace? What is it that brings me joy? What do I love doing? What am I willing to become highly skilled at doing? What part can I play for the betterment of the society and the world in which I want to live? When you begin to ask yourself those real questions, and it doesn't have to be done in a formal way, it can be done just like we're speaking right now. Ask yourself the question, Look at how you see yourself in just a year from now, and then go forward. And if you have children, or even if you don't have children now, begin to look at your future beyond the space and time that you are now. Visualize exactly the way that you desire to live. Don't be afraid to dream.
Ankhobia, empowering the community with the On a Level talk show.
Knowledge for the people.
Love yourself, love, and your expression, peace and love.
The On a Level talk show addresses issues that matter to you. Join Ankhobia and guests every Monday from 6 to 7 p.m.
Reality ain't always the truth.
The On the Level talk show.
On a Level Productions, taking you to higher heights.